Yo, what's up, VOD viewers? Oh, gotta respond to something real quick. Hey, Cavalcade. No, not late. First, some would say. I don't know your own standards. You know, maybe you still think that's late, but you're first. I picked contracts right before this. Where are we? 6261. Oh, we lost that other day, right? Too bad. It's tough being at the top. I know the feeling, Cavalcade. I think we're gonna do the same thing today. We're gonna just keep playing 4 support for a couple games, and then we'll pivot over to replays. Um, yeah, I think that's it. I think we're doing same shit. Not you. Morphling, Jakiro, maybe Hoodwinks in there, maybe Weaver. I think those 4 are probably enough. I doubt all 4 get banned. If they do, we'll figure it out from there. Let's start the queue. Might take a while. Are you a VOD viewer now? I think that's up for you to decide. If you view the VOD, you become a VOD viewer. If you view the live stream, you are a Actually, what are you guys? Just chat? I guess we call you chat. One of the live viewers. If you do both, I guess you get to pick. Yo, Changies, what's up? How you guys doing? We might have more streams coming up than I thought, guys. I actually don't know what I'm allowed to reveal, but you might see some games cast here. I don't know how it's gonna work fully. Details still being sorted out. Well, a little sneak peek news for those of you that are early here. We might need to make actually if I spot some of you in chat tomorrow, I'm still thinking this through because if we have a lot of people watching, and you guys are nice, you guys are the chill ones. But if we have the non-chill people coming in, causing some ruckus, I don't think I have to move the camera around, so maybe I'll be free to ban people. But if we need some like temporary mods, I might throw some of the familiar names in there, and you guys can be free to abuse power. I don't care. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Ooh, I'm gonna download this. I had to move some coaching for what's coming up, so let me download this game to make sure we have it for later. Let me turn the fan off. One downside to this room is it doesn't have a overhead fan. I have a standing fan though that I bought when I first moved up to Chicago, and my AC didn't work the first day I was there in that apartment, and I immediately left it to go buy a fan. I think it's from Walmart. I think I have a memory texting my family being like, "How's the new place? AC doesn't work. Gonna go buy a fan at Walmart." Or I think I just went to whatever was close. I feel like it was a Walmart. Expert power abuser, perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for. Hello, yes, I am very corrupt. I will do everything you say. I'll ban whatever you want. That's what we want. Yeah, you can redeem replays. I don't know. Let's see how fun we're feeling about morph support. And the other games, but we will try to do some replays. I know we've been slacking a little bit lately for you guys, so we'll try to dedicate a little bit more time to it today. So hopefully, whoever ends up redeeming, we can like still get through a good chunk. Are there any plans to add more degenerate, expensive channel point rewards? The master riches. What should we do with them? The pictures are still on hold. We're still ages away from drawing that. Oh, maybe that's tomorrow's entertainment in between matches. Just be like, you tune in and you're like, what am I watching? There's some guy drawing some paint pictures. Yeah, I just don't know what to do for the points. I always say this, and then I just don't know. I don't know what to put there. Took a break and after some time doing a lot of turbo, enjoying Dota again. Hell yeah, Sir Lancelot. That's the way. It sucks if Dota starts feeling like a chore. I mean, like any game, right? It's just not as fun. So I'm happy to hear you're finding happiness in it again. That's the way to do it. Should probably try turbo. Takes you a long time to find a single match. Maybe. I don't know. Depends on your what bracket are you in. If you're high up, then yeah, it can take a while. Otherwise, usually it's not too bad. I have a little foot massager thing. It's like one of those old Asian rolly things that my friend got me. I think one of the cats knocked it way to the side. I had to go grab it. Man, should we just start with the partial reviews? Ooh, that'll do it, Exodius. Yeah, you're gonna have to play nice, get that behavior score up. That'll speed up the matchmaking. And yeah, turbo might be a good way to do it. Play out some turbo games, be on your best behavior. I don't know exactly how long it takes to go up, but I have heard that turbo's a good way because you can get through games quickly. Snoozer Kyle. Should we just like... Well, I know it's a bit of a pain to have it like broken up in pieces, but I'm just like, what are we... I guess we're just chilling and chatting. Watch Never. We just tried it yesterday. We might be about to try it here too. We had some learning moments. Definite improvement from game 1 to game 2, and hopefully here game 3 even better. We'll see. I think main issues, I was a little out of it, so like Morphling aside, my laning just wasn't the best. But then I wasn't farming enough, and then I was struggling with the like morph swaps, all of that. I was starting to get better towards the end though. Flow Morphling versus Ags Nyx, that sounds pretty fun. Took a long break. Yeah, I mean, just grind out the turbo games, get it back up there, and then you should be good to go. Am I going to TI this year? Unless they hire me suddenly. I suspect they've already like started to organize that stuff. Although if I learned anything from casting guys, it's that stuff is settled pretty last minute from what I would expect. But I don't expect to be hired for TI. I'll be pleasantly surprised if we are. But unless we're hired, I don't think it'll be like cost efficient for me to go. Because while I'm there, I pretty much can't do content stuff, and then it's going to be really expensive, stay there for like however long, which for better or for worse, it's only like 3 days now, right? I think they're only doing like the playoff stages. So I guess if I only went for that, maybe the hotel fees aren't as bad as they would have been when they're all split up. But I think it probably makes more sense to just chill here, watch it on stream with you guys maybe. Anyone who wants to hang out here in our amateur production instead of the TI level production, then we could do that. Yeah, the CD on spells. Yesterday I was doing... We played against Underlord in our first game, and towards the end, I was starting to get the like cycle of spell casting a little bit better. And we had Pit. We had it was an 80-minute game. We had Octarine and the strength like cooldown reduction. So I had like 3 pits out at any time. It was crazy. I was casting this shit all over the field versus like a bunch of melee heroes. It was crazy. Here, where was that? Actually, it never popped up. I wanted to look at more details. I think it was processing. Oops. Maybe we can see it now. Yeah, our first ever Morphling win. Look at that. Let's check our damage. Oh, it's not even that much, actually. I played really badly to start, though, so I guess that's fair. Oh, it doesn't show... It's not showing my stolen damage. Oh, maybe that's why my damage is so low. I was casting a bunch of, like, firestorms and stuff. Alright, so maybe I did a lot more damage than it looks like here. Because we were firestorming like a Pudge Ursa Underlord. Yeah, we gotta keep going at it to get in the hang of Morphling. Is there a world where you get hired for a non-caster role? I'm not sure what it would be. I'm up for it. Anywhere there's money. A rare 5 game. Time to root with Morphling support. Let's just lock it in. Let's just do it. I guess this one. All right, let's lower the seat. Any chance you will be casting Elite League? I don't know what we're allowed to say, but be here tomorrow. Let's see what we got. Ogre. Okay, we could have a low cooldown Ogre stun maybe. And maybe a low cooldown Alchemist stun. That already sounds pretty sick. This is where I'm still torn on the itemization. I feel like it's super obvious if I get boots and then one branch, it's really easy to tell that I bought a sentry. And you know to like already be prepping your own purchases to unblock that stuff. When you buy a bunch of smaller items, it's like way harder to tell. But maybe with starting boots, you're not supposed to care, you know? Like maybe you're supposed to get boots and just like body block. This lane looks rough. Double melee seems like a huge pain for Morphling, who is we're not that strong. I think I am gonna get boots and just like creep drag and body block and stuff. Oh, I feel like I need one. It feels wrong not to start with one, guys. I'm being bad. All right, let's see what happens this game. You know, we should change to lo-fi. Can't have these words distracting us. Got any mutes? Not yet. Let's go. Okay, later on, I think we're going for Lina for the cheap stuns, low cooldown stuns. Honestly, Boundless Strike might not be bad. I feel like anyone besides Ursa should be okay. What else do I want? I feel like we can skip stick till later. I think that's fine. That's like a third of his mana pool gone. Easy peasy. Can you just go get the bounty runes bottom? I'll steal this one. Just playing some games. You're too slow, Ogre. You cannot stop me. So I've had that blood grenade a little sooner. I'd have a kill. I have waveform, we're fine. Let's kill ourselves to ignite, guys. Let's move away, don't get hit by a random ignite here. I think we kill Ogre. Canceled my own thing. I accidentally stacked this camp for them. That's a choice. Alright, well played. No! Oh, that's so bad. Aw, man. The waveform range throws me off all the time. I always think I'll make it, and then I don't. And we wasted a blood grenade there. That's so sad, guys. So sad. I think she needs the creep damage, so I'm not gonna... I almost accidentally aggro that creep wave, and then I thought. I used my brain. And I'm glad I did. No! Oh, shit, I was pressing it, guys. I was just too slow. I should have used Adaptive Strike sooner. It would have been like a little bit of damage to maybe push it over the edge. Ah, well, what can you do? Sometimes you're bad. Cheap viewers, oh boy. Let me get right on that. Just need a bottle fill? Probably. I don't even get an assist. I will Arcane Boots, though. Yeah, that was bad on me. I should have been paying attention to that rune timing better. Remember that time I stacked for them? There's a stack here. A little shovelable way. I feel like I could have executed that better somehow. I'm not fully sure how, but I know I could have. build this game, actually. Maybe just a Solar Crest seems pretty good. Oh, last time we said we shouldn't be building too many active items. So let's just go Mech, actually. Mech is also decent. I should be buying smokes for my Legion. She's almost out of blink, too. Fantastic. I'll actually get a wand first for the slots. I'll just stack here, get the 12-minute rune. Hopefully she finishes blink by that time. Have a smoke when you have your blink. Oh no, my stack I made for her. Oh no. Oops. Don't go for the yogurt. Surely Monkey King first is the play. Not to flame. Poppin', I swear, I just heard don't go in for the yogurt. You know what? That would also be, I think, something very understandable to hear. You know, like you're feeling kind of full and you're at the buffet, like the breakfast buffet, and you're like, oh, I think I'm gonna go for yogurt. And you're like, no, get something more valuable than the yogurt. You've already paid for the buffet. Get something big, you know? Yogurt's so good, but you can get so much for cheap on your own, you know? If I was a little faster, I could have maybe done a stack. Maybe we can still get this camp. Ah, damn. I can't believe we didn't get that. It must have been like last second. I have a smoke if we want to go for someone. I don't know where she is. I saw someone in here. I don't know who. Yo, guys, I'm starting to press buttons. I'm just saying. We're doing it. I didn't get a null talisman this time. I do feel a little bit of that mana strain. Get one more bloodlust in before we lose the morph. Alright. I think our overall play has been better. We're not farming that much yet, though, still, just like last game. So let's try to be a little better about that. Why am I going for denies when there are last hits to be had? Alright, clearly we need more strength. My damage sucks. I feel like I press these a lot. Maybe these should be easier to press buttons. I'm surprised I got that kill, but we'll take it. probably do a lot of damage to Lena if we copy her. Why am I following along? We don't even have duel. Maybe we try Fairy's Trinket this game? I didn't do it in the past. We can play on this side, I think it'd be better. We have better vision on that side. What am I doing? I don't know, guys. Okay, that one was not good spell casting. That time I felt a little rushed. It was not good. Oh my god, am I stuck? I can't get down? Let the waveform away? It briefly occurred to me that that might happen, but I was like, I'm sure you can still hop off. I was wrong. You cannot. She need mana? She does. I should wait to get to her for arcane boots. Remember when I was like, oh, we should try to farm better? Oops, still have not. You're mine! I should have copied the or the ogre. I don't have enough mana. No! I was in the middle of casting the bloodlust. Damn, we were too slow. Yo, Speeds, thank you for the Prime sub. Stack reports on Alk, stack reports on Lena. Ooh, how do we choose? I mean, they're both struggling. Just people angry at losing to a morph support, I'm sure. I'm already having mana issues because we didn't get Null Talisman. I think I just body blocked this. Oops. I was not morphing in the direction I meant to be, guys. That could have been very dangerous. I'm just gonna take this before. I feel like I should get Whisper of the Dread for the mana. I want the cast range though, but we would have to buy a very cheap mana item like a Null Talisman or something. And I kind of want to try not doing that this game. So let's get Whisper of the Dread. Let's try it out, see how it feels. If we copy Lena, we're definitely doing like so much damage. So we should try. And we should still pick a mana item, I think. Maybe it's not that bad to go back for a Null Talisman. They're probably all here. Careful. Yules. Accidental grief my team. It's got Vlad's. I think I'm just gonna get a casual Null Talisman, guys. Maybe we just finish the top.
Thank you.
Yo, Renacho, what's up?
6 months, let's go.
Heck yeah. Ooh. Woo, go team, yeah! We could probably do Roche. You guys want to go? Build this game. Armor could still be good. Should we just go straight Octarine? Is that bad? Or like a Scythe, maybe? I don't know what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna get this Tiara, though. Maybe it's a Hex, maybe it's an Octarine. It's definitely a Salamene Tiara, though. Oh, that was the wrong button. Pay no mind. Should have a pretty big gold lead. The Ursa is restricted in that top portion.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
Yo, Renacho, gift and subs, thank you. She was busy killing Ursa. She didn't notice we did Roche. Thank you so much. I can't count. I think that's 7 gifted subs. Thank you. It's super generous of you. It's all for the Morphling support. Let's go. Yo, and QWERTYBot with the also can't count. 500 bits. Thank you, guys. You guys are saving the channel. Man, we should play more Morphling support. Oh, God. What if I just get hit by, like, a stray? No! Damn, we never get to copy her.
Who's that?
No, wait, I did it! So, I thought I didn't get it, guys. Well, too bad it's not gonna lead to anything. No one's here, what the heck? We can at least break the trees, I guess. Take that, Monkey King. Yo, Jimmy Fruition, you guys are going crazy. The Morphling win. Inspiring everyone, thank you so much. I'm looking over more than I should. I'm gonna end up griefing. I'm gonna get like killed with like 5 health. All right, we got to at least get.
Who's that? Thank you. What?
We said we would get the Tiara, So we gotta at least get that. Yo, Valkrik's joining in. We got a train going, guys. Oh! I'm seriously gonna miss something that's happened while I'm looking over at you guys going crazy. Thank you so much, guys. I literally could not do this stuff without you guys, so I am immensely grateful for the support. Thank you, everyone. 69 current viewers, nice. Do you think if I become alchemist, I can gift an Ags? What part of the hero is that tied to? Let's double check that later. That sounds potentially interesting and funny. Yo, Jupiter's losing in the background too. He's hype. Oh, I got 5 of those. Let's go. All right, I think our farming wasn't that great, but I think out of our 3 Morphling support games, this one was pretty decent. I thought the lane would be worse, but I feel like we were able to distract Ogre, and Legion did well on her own. So I think it was like I'm glad Legion did like well in the one-on-one, because without that, then I feel like I would have been awkward in the lane. And all we did was like get some pulls off, which is I mean, we got the sentry, right? We prioritized it a little bit, but it was also a little bit lucky that Ogre wasn't I feel putting the most emphasis on it. Nice. GG. Okay. Back to you guys. Thank you so much, guys. I hope I didn't miss anyone. Valkrix, Jimmy, Fruscian, Renacho, gone. Yeah, okay. We got all the gifted subs. Cordy bot with the biz. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. Johnny, no cash. Thank you. Prime subbing, joining in. All right, let's do a real quick test. I don't expect it to work, but like, let's just see real quick. Okay, so there I am with my own Aghanims. There he is across the street, the alchemist. And here's my ally. Darn. I know I didn't expect it, but like still, it would have been really funny. Like what a niche interaction that would be, you know? Mostly watching the YouTube. Thank you. It's been slacking a little bit, I'll admit. I've been meaning to get more YouTube videos up. How about now? All right, just making sure it wasn't connected to like one of his abilities here. Too bad. I guess I'm not that surprised, but would have been funny. What if you assemble Alk while in Alk form? I like it. We're testing different elements. Let's get back into there. Yeah, it's a bit of the time. It's a little bit of the inspiration as well. Because I feel like in the last 3.5-ish years, I've covered a lot of the core concepts of supporting. And there's a certain element of like, how much do we revisit it? How much do we get into like super specific stuff? And then I like forget too. Or like I have ideas, but it's like, how does this become an interesting video? You know, stuff like that. It's been harder to do that since I've covered a lot of like the original ideas I had, I guess. And then there's some stuff I have ideas for that would be easier if I had an editor. Because there's some stuff that's like straightforward. Like a, nah. Any other ideas, guys? Any other ideas? There's some ideas that I think with an editor, I want to pay fairly, but I can't afford it. But maybe I have to just invest in the channel like that, you know? And like the videos will be a loss, but they'll come out more consistently, which will grow the channel, blah, blah, blah. But I think it'd be easier to make like hero guides with an editor. Sometimes we have fun moments on streams that I would love to turn into shorts and like clips that I always forget about. Like some like exciting escapes or funny moments, whatever. Watch so many hours of VODs. Oh well, thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad because the VOD channel, I kind of like put them up and forget, but I do see like they get watched by some people, and I'm glad. I'm glad it's. I know Twitch is not always the easiest way to like watch stuff for people, so thank you for watching the VODs, and I appreciate you dropping in to give something. It's not at all required, but very kind. Rusted Leaf, does more support have some staying power? I actually think it could be buffed a little bit. No, maybe, hold on. We're still trying it out, so I guess I don't have the clearest idea. I think it's not bad, though. And that perhaps it's actually in a good spot, and it's just being explored right now, and we don't appreciate it yet. It does feel very strong in the mid to late game with the right spell steals. Early game feels ass a little bit though, but maybe I'm just bad at it. I think if they keep flow the way it is, it has something there. Enigma position 5 I think is good, but hard to pull off in pubs because you need to be pretty greedy with it, and a lot of pubs just like won't. Well, it goes both ways. One, the teammates won't know how to deal with it, and so you kind of like tilt out a little bit there. On the flip side, pubs tend to be pretty inefficient, so there actually is space to be greedy, and then you kind of get there. So I don't know. I'm like hit or miss on it. You got to know what you're doing. You got to be able to micro the eidolons a little bit, but it could definitely be done. You just have to be ready for some backlash from teammates. Cordybot also a VOD watcher. Nice. Usually we don't have the direct interaction. We say hello to the VOD viewers. That's you guys. Happy to have you guys here in the live stream. Let's quit out on this. Some kind of support itemization decision tree. I have been thinking about that. I think with the next patch, whatever it ends up being, we'll let it settle real quick. And then I think we will revisit like an itemization discussion video. It's been a while since we did that. And I think that could be useful. Actually, as an aside, talking about itemization made me remember that I wanted to adjust because the game only submits the morphling the morphling
Who's that? Thank
core
you.
build. I wanted to make
I'm poor, but love the
do this
content.
one.
Enjoy smiley face.
Aw, ammo wave, a me wave. Wait, am I blind? I am blind. A me wave. I hope I didn't butcher that. Thank you so much for subscribing. Do not worry. Wave is fine. Sounds good. Do not worry about subscribing. Like I am super grateful to anyone who decides to. It helps a ton. At the same time, I totally get it. Right? I don't want anyone to feel pressure to do it. But thank you. You know, both sides of it. Okay, before I forget. Arcane boots, we don't do this build anymore. A lot of this stuff can stay. Get that out of here. That's old, outdated shit right there. Dust. What's Dust doing in there? Crazy talk. That's fine. Drums. Okay, hold on. Wait, where's Greaves? We need to put Greaves in here for easy access. Stick that in there. What else? Four staff's already in here. Solar's in here. This is the main stuff. That's most of the support items that I would consider. Maybe Atos has been more popular since I ever updated this. But I don't think Jakiro really needs it. Drum boots. Okay. And then let's do one for Morphling. Would love a warding guide from your perspective. There's a warding playlist on the YouTube channel.
it's the map hasn't significantly changed. I'm pretty sure since the last time I made one. As soon as there's a big map change, I will probably make a new warding video. But a lot of the warding stuff is like the same, which is why I haven't like revisited the topic in a while. No, crazy. Bop bop or this, something like that. What else? We rush the arcane boots because we need the mana to keep swapping things around. Stick also helps a lot. And I like the early null talisman. I think it was okay to skip to get the mech. We got by, and especially depending on your tier 1 neutral, I think it's okay. But I do like having the null. It feels better. And then what? I think mech or solar crest could be good in theory. I think mech is easier for me to use because it consolidates into Greaves, which is just like one button in the end. I kind of want to try Aether Lens more because it feels nice to have the cast range when you're like spamming out these spells. Late game Octarine, throw that in there. Scythe could be good. What else? Shard could maybe be good. I don't know if we should be buying that ourselves. What else did I say? Solar? Yeah, Solar Crest. Something like that. Where's Greaves? Put them in here. Maybe a pipe. I think that's good for now. Maybe like a 4-staff too. Is Soul Ring pretty much free on Morphling? I don't feel like we need it though. We haven't had any issue with it. Very few Dota streamers deserve it. Let's put it that way. Thank you. Thank you. What time frame do the replays have to be in for reviews later? 1 week? Yeah, 1 week is best because that makes it that's when it should be downloadable. Beyond that, unless it's a ticketed game, which for most people you'll never have unless you're doing like some amateur league stuff. I can't download it. Hopefully there won't be a new map change. I'm ready if they want to like change the map around a little bit. We've had this big map for a bit. How funny would it be if they shrunk it again? But realistically, they'll probably just like move some stuff around, which I'm fine with. Do you play Sven position 5? We tried it a couple times. It's fun. It feels very dependent on who your safe laner picks, though. I don't feel like... So, funny enough, Sven 5 feels safer to pick in pubs in the sense that teams are less likely to tilt than Morphling support. But I feel like Morphling has more viability if you know what you're doing. I don't know if I know what I'm doing, but in my mind, I think it makes sense because Sven support needs to have like a decent start and then like play kind of fast tempo with the armor aura and stuff. I think if you're not doing that, you're kind of missing the point of Sven support. And that's kind of hard to get from pubs, even for me. Morphling has a shit lane, which can also be punished, but he scales better mid to late game, which I don't know. I kind of like compared to the Sven. More games feel like it's easy to go late compared to getting a team to go early. And both of them don't have strong lanes. Compared to like Undying, who also wants to go early, but at least he can like solo win the lane, you know? Crimson. Oh, you know, I hadn't thought about Crimson. That could be a good idea. Maybe if we really need it. Because the downside is I actually want to stay kind of high agi for the ability cooldown. But it could be good. Like if it's a really good Crimson game, that is a good point. Roche locations need to be revisited. I would be up for that. I'm also kind of okay if they stay the same. I would be up for maybe wisdom runes or lotuses shifting around. Maybe some outposts. I don't know what this guy's saying, but I'm just gonna lock in the morph. Oh, I think he needs to poop. Oh no. Fourth lane map. Oh hell yeah! I'm ready for that. I'm ready for that. I'm not sure where I would move Roche. I keep buying Tangas out of habit, but we don't actually need it. I was thinking about I like the boot start, but actually versus Treant, I kind of want the Quelling Blade. So I think I'm gonna do something like this. Fourth lane, 6 players, 2 mids. I don't think mid players could take it. If Valve came out and literally said, double mid is the new meta, we are going to buff it, it is the correct and best way to play, mid players just wouldn't be able to handle it, I think. They want the solo 1v1. It's not about winning the game. I promise you, it's not about winning the game. It's about the 1v1 shit talking skill matchup. And if it became a 2v2, they would go to like whatever lane becomes the one-on-one, they would switch to. I guess if I will buy one more iron. Well, what is this lag? All right, I think it's better now. That was weird. Anyways, when my team starts going like report mid, how am I gonna know like which one? You know, it sounds like a lot of confusion added into the game. We need to try to prioritize stacking our triangle. We have a Darkseer, off lane, Bristleback, carry, and Gyro mid.
First blood. Gyro. Make a pancake and you poop buff. Gyro, look.
Oh, I didn't want to cut that one actually.
I have had.
Good luck. I can't help that guy.
I have put.
I don't think we can even go for this. Yeah, I'm not gonna try. Thought we almost didn't get one for a second there. I was cutting trees a little bit too much. I meant to go block a camp, so it's a bit of a mistake I didn't do that. We'll do it now. He knows I did it, but I'm still gonna do it, and it's gonna force him to come over here, which I think is fine. Ooh, tiny. That's scary. Good body block from my Darkseer. That was a nice timing from the Treant. He unblocked his camp and body blocked our camp. which I have bought more sentries. Looks like he also wants some bottom. Trent going for another body block. Can't stop him. I need to not get like a tree thrown at me and then I die. That would be very embarrassing. I'm gonna go stack. I hope I make it actually. This is kind of close. You don't know if I can double stack. Never tried. Okay, cool. It was doable. Oh, and he lost his courier. That sucks. In my defense, I did say I was going to go stack. Oh man, we didn't get any of these? This is so sad. Just make sure it wasn't all body blocking. Yeah. Oh, Trant being very annoying. Unintentional dodge of the toss. But now that I've done it, super good, right? Oh, I thought he wasn't going to get that. My bad. Time to go stack, I guess. Do I need to waveform for this? I don't know who's gonna get these stacks, guys. Damn, Trant is too good. Blocked the camp the entire time. You think he's a Z Quicks watcher? Six-minute rune. I should have been just double stacking again while Trent was like roaming around. Unlucky, rune's bottom.
Glimpse for
Man, we're getting super outplayed by this Treant. I mean, Tiny was there too, so that was just like, you know, good play from them. But damn, we have not been able to like get a pull camp open, anything. We've been abused for our very weak laning stage, as we should be. Try to dive me.
Look bot.
Oh, my attack's so slow. I feel like I'm gonna get flamed a little bit for the Morphling pick this game, but I mean, we have a super greedy lineup. Turned around a little too fast. Ah, the Invisnix. It's starting to feel pretty bad, guys. Let me get the wand before I get the arcane boots. I was gonna be lazy, but we can't really afford to be, and I should have stacked that. It's really bad I didn't. All right, time for stacking. There is a bottom. Unlucky. It's Very rude.
Try to get a kill on Phoenix.
Oh, she's haste. She's so fast. Let's go back so we can at least pick up our arcane boots. And then I am gonna get a null talisman this game, I think. Pretty rough. We need some small items. And then he's probably getting the, yeah, he's got the mech, so what do we build? You get hit by an Invis Nix. Uh-oh.
Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa.
Was I not morphing
Hey.
strength? I think I was, but just I've been spirit vesseled. Maybe I wasn't though. Chardo, what's up?
Wait for my axe and then we can.
Alright, if we can't get some like snowball kills going off this bristle eggs, we're done. Not to be, you know, defeatist, but I mean that's just what this lineup is, right? Bristle carry, gyro mid.
It is an extremely tough game.
Out.
I'm just gonna like join every fight. I don't know. What do we even need? Magic damage? I guess I'll buy a pipe if Darkseer's not. I should stack this. What are the odds I get killed by a Nyx right here? He's gonna build one? Okay.
My axe now.
We have bristle eggs. What's the play? All right, it's Ags time. Come on, come on. Let's go, let's go. Damn. I might get... I don't know. We need like small
One more fight
items.
like this and we win.
Second null. Just have the small shit.
Alt on Phoenix. Alt on him.
Oh my god, guys. I could have helped get that. I'm not gonna take sole blame for it, as I was getting pinged about, but yeah, I could have had that. I had used it earlier on the Nyx, so I thought it might still be on cooldown. I didn't even think to like press it. It might have been. Maybe I'm like being hard on myself for nothing. Maybe it was on whatever. Because you need this, about this ratio, 60% agility to have reduced cooldowns. Or it's like a, you know, it's like a range, but the closer you are to 60%, the higher cooldown reduction you have. For example, waveform is 6 seconds now. All right. Getting a kill. Wow. That's the risk of not being on strength though. The Nyx. I was just thinking, I was like, Nyx left bottom. He could be on his way here. Maybe I should switch to strength to have a little more. And then I got hit. I might do solar just because we were pretty all in on this bristle, like absolutely popping off to have a shot here. Shard could also be good so that when I get stunned, we have a chance of
Guys, I have no TP. Get the hell out.
Ooh, maybe I should be copying Treant and just like healing trees or healing towers. Not yet, but later. Later, guys. Let's try it later.
I have no egg. I'm mind fighting this.
What else? Aether Lens, could that be any good? Like
I'll
toss
try to
people
kill
from
it.
further? I think I stand by the idea that we're pretty all in on. With that in mind, it might just be
Let's go get
Lotus,
Nyx,
because
and
it
we
doesn't
smoke
look like
anything.
it doesn't look like he's building a dispel, and we're gonna need to address Spirit Vessel for ourselves and for him. So maybe it'll be a Lotus. I want to start playing Dota. Is there a good way to start?
Get Nyx.
If you have any friends who play, or you're willing to like join beginner communities, that's great. Because honestly, it's just such an overwhelming game. Having some people nearby to like give you some tips and stuff is very helpful. I don't have dust on me.
What was that?
It's actually kind of rare to need dust versus Nyx because he usually comes to you invis instead of like using invis to get away, but I should still have like the dusts just in case. Though it looks like with how quickly they came to Nyx, we probably would have died anyways.
We need to save the wall for fun. Just
I'm just gonna die to, oh my god. the spirit vessel again. Actually, I like cannot approach.
Go.
I was gonna try to take fire spirits and just like throw it to slow, but I guess I literally can't even. That crash landing, the Phoenix actually just diving at me. It's pretty absurd. I don't know. We'll sit at a little higher strength, I guess. This is where we need to copy the, what's his name?
I have a lot of gold, but I need to get my bloodstone.
I don't know. If we manage to win, it will certainly be amazing.
Let's do the tormentor.
Oh shit.
Oh no, Nix, look.
Did not waveform in time. I was trying to copy him. I guess my thing must have been on a cooldown. Alright, that's pretty worth it. Even though I think I could have lived if I waveform faster. What gets me a lot is I put it outside the waveform, and so he doesn't do it right away. I need to like be better about putting it like here. It's not like Blink where it like does at least a reduced version. I'd like to throw out, we also have a beginner playlist on the channel that covers some fundamentals, but not as extensive as the others. It's more like beginner support stuff. I don't even know where to go, guys.
You can't fight. I have to fight in base.
Maybe I'm just sitting here because they're gonna come bottom soon anyways. Yeah. For some reason I already thought they finished Roche, and that's why I was like being careful in here. See, there's like cast range on this maybe. No cast range, unlucky. We'll do Philosopher's Stone. If there's any chance at winning, it's not in the next 20 minutes, so. We've unfortunately had some overlap.
I'm gonna die to Nix.
I don't even know if I buy back. I guess I do. Why not? I'll just end it with like the full effort. We got one. I appreciate the positivity. I don't think I have the same read, but, you know, I'm here for it.
Coming. Get her, get her.
I kind of knew that was also a death sentence, but I'm also like, we are desperate to try to get this. I think just like sitting still and hanging is gonna lose. But I don't know, probably not worth it.
Sentries, guys. Help Gyro, help Gyro.
One crash landing.
Catch him.
Go, go, go. Pretty good static storm. Oh! Pushing him back into the silence? That was almost super clutch. Like accidental clutch, but like still almost. I guess maybe 5 years to get to this Lotus.
Can we go kill them? Go.
Sometimes you just get into these disaster games. Oh well. Yeah, you guys had a long discussion about how to learn Dota. I like it. Alright, I think we wait in here. Maybe we steal Tiny Toss, try to toss someone in Fountain for lulls. I think we're done with this one.
One last fight for the fun.
Alright. I'll toss Tiny in if he comes. That was not. Not a very good performance, but I don't know if we ever had like a setup to even get there, so. This is where usually like, this is the benefit of picking strong laners, is like you at least get to do that. Morphling's a weak laner, and I think Darkseer is probably not the best combo. Not blaming him, right? Like, I don't expect people to know what to pick with Morphling, and I don't even know either because it's like so new. But I don't think it's the combo. That Treant played really well, credit where it's due. And then like all we can do is make stacks, and then I think half the stacks got stolen. And there's no like playmaking, so pretty brutal. It's like a lineup where like 3 people need to get 2.5 items. So it's just like there's nothing. The world champion for Street Fighter got home from winning and lost his first rank set. That is hilarious. I appreciate that, Renacho. Yeah, look at that. That's brutal. We're almost 2k behind on every single core lane. Very rough.
Maybe I should have committed to creep dragging a little sooner. I didn't think it would be that bad though. I thought, I guess I didn't realize Tiny versus Darkseer plus that Treant would be so oppressive. I think if I'd committed to creep dragging sooner, it would have gone better. I guess it would have gone better, but Treant was really good about blocking creeps and stuff. I am up for Alk support. We have yet to get to it. I guess since we're playing position 4, maybe we could do it once. I'm not as prepped to do that one as I am the Morphling 4, though. So it might be worth it to just continue doing this. And I don't think Alk is good enough to get nerfed, you know? Morphling might be at the edge. Like, they may not want him to be a support, and they may adjust that. So I think we play Morph now. Maybe nerfed, maybe buffed, who knows? Alk, I don't think. I feel like he's not good enough to nerf. I say that, but the last couple patches have been really funny. Funny's a word for it, but like I've not understood like all of the buffing and nerfing in the previous couple patches. I would say like 50%, where it's like this seems reasonable, and a 50% is like, but why? So I don't know. Maybe it won't. Next time, try this. Stay 100% strength. So I was currently my mindset for the lane is to be at like 80-ish% strength. I know we lose a little bit of raw damage, but by keeping some agility, we have like a little bit more armor, a little bit attack speed. Maybe it's not worth it. That's fine. I could be wrong. But I also think it's like, oh, there's a little bit of room to bait with because we can morph to strength still. Like we have a little bit more health that maybe the enemy, who also is probably not used to Morphling support, can get baited by. So that's been my idea. Also, I think 70 to 80 is too high. I think it gets to like 50 damage. Maybe after a couple levels. But that's why I've been sitting at mostly strength, but not a lot. And then later in the game, I've seen a lot of you guys ask, we're sitting at mostly agility for the CDR. Not that we really got to showcase it much that last game, but that was the logic. Can they nerf Weaver again? That's probably warranted. Sven, I mean, it's funny, like Sven, I think it can be good. I think its best value is as a flex pick though. And I don't think it was even the most contested of all things. Like especially towards the end. I guess it could be nerfed a little bit, and I think that would be fair. That would be warranted, but I don't think it should be that much. Is Morphling beyond 60% reduce CDs? No. 60% is the cap. Why is Witch Doctor busted in lower ranks? Where's the clip? Where's the... Hold on. We have the perfect clip for this. It happens a lot in lower ranked games, but at higher ranked games, typically people are better at splitting. However, this happened yesterday in one of the games. I don't even know if this is like the best way to share this. It looks like it worked. So that's why he's super good in lower ranked games. Because if you can get the Maledict Cask combo, it's an insane amount of damage. Plus then like an uninterrupted ultimate. And the enemy groups up, so it's like really easy to land. But if the enemy stays split up, if they have BKBs, if they have 4 staffs, it's very manageable compared to many other heroes who it would be a lot harder. Like you get full value out of your spells much more easily. Like compare it to Venge, right? Venge just throws the stun, full value. Maybe it doesn't hit, but like if it does, full value. Witch Doctor throws the stun, the first part hits, maybe that's it. Maybe they totally split up, no more stun. Maybe you maledicted and then they Yules'd Wind Waker'd away. Maybe they popped a BKB and then like 4 staffed out as soon as you started channeling your ult. It's way harder to get full value out of at high ranked games where people itemize to deal with it and don't like position as well. Yeah, we still lost. Rip that one. Uh yeah, we can try it. Watch Never. I mean, I'm very new to Morphling support too, right? I'm just trying my idea. That's usually where I start with new heroes. I have to start with like my idea to have like a frame of reference, and then we adjust. We've played it 4 times now. Maybe we will just try full strength, send it back up, go agi, stuff like that. Okay, let's do. I think let's do like one more game, and then we'll switch to the replays. Give me a second though. I gotta get more water. That'll give us a good chance to not end up with the same mix, of course. Personality wise, I think these two seemed fine. Gyro said nothing. But the picks just like did not come together. And I'm kind of like part of that, you know. I get it. I'm Morphling, but that draft did not come together. And I first pick, so I don't think it's on me. I'll be right back. I said I was gonna get water and then I left my cup. Got a cookie. You know, I did like the boot start we did last game. I did prefer it. We were trying to adjust for the Treant with a Quelling Blade, and I think it was kind of good, but I did miss having the extra move speed from the boots. Yeah, that's a pretty good, pretty good answer for that. Creep dragging is pretty much like usually you want to go in and you want to fight for the win, right? And it's like, okay, maybe we come out 60-40, maybe we mess up, they go 40-60. But some matchups are like, this is 90-10 at best, you know? And you would rather just go 50-50 because that's actually a big win. If you can just grab creeps and like you're both contesting each other or not contesting each other, so everyone's getting like all 4 creeps and denying 4 creeps, and you just keep repeating that, but that's like forced 50-50. That is like the real forced 50-50 of Dota is creep dragging. But why wouldn't you just pull then to avoid enemy contesting it? Yeah, so like the enemies could contest the pulls. Or in this game, if you were here at the start, you saw like Treant was super good about blocking the camps. He was so incredibly on time. Extremely well played by him. And that means I just don't have that option, right? And that's kind of what I was planning for. I was like, oh, I'm going to do pulls, blah, blah, blah. And then I couldn't do it. So that's where like if you could pull, it might be fine. It depends on the matchup, but you have to fight over a pull camp, and if you can't, then you can't. Yeah, you can think of it as kind of a last resort thing, if that helps. You would typically prefer to try to play the lane more directly because you actually want, right? 50-50 is even. You want to try to get like 60% while they get 40%. That's better. But it's like sometimes you can't, like, you know, you're not getting that unless they're bad, but like you can't guarantee that. How do you feel about DK Red Dragon? I'm open to it as a carry. I think I still prefer the Green Dragon, but I get it. I kind of get the value of red DK. What time do you think of for ganking mid? Typically, 4 minutes onwards, like 4 minutes, and then every 2 minutes after that, you should consider it. I would say at lower ranks, it's less important, and at higher ranks, it's much more important. And if you can't gank for whatever reason, the matchup's bad, your hero's bad at it, then you should consider stacking. Like while everyone else is roaming and your mid just has to back off to play safe, and you're losing the runes, you should at least like get a stack out of it. You can try at other times for the surprise factor, but you just have to feel like you can do it and you're free to do it. There was something I was going to ask you guys. It had to do with Terraria, but now I can't remember. I was going to see if anyone knew. Or maybe it wasn't Terraria. I don't remember. I just remember I had a question to ask you guys in case anyone, the collective knowledge of you guys, like if someone knew. What was the thought process behind double null? We were getting our ass kicked and we needed something. And I wasn't sure what the best thing would be, but I knew that I'd seen some people buy double nulls. And I knew it would give me a couple stats and it would let me maybe throw out a few more spells. But in the end, I would just die, like trying to get the spells. So it just did not work. That was the idea. Because they were like, okay, so the game actually dragged on longer, but it was like they were already pushing high ground at this time. So I didn't really have the room to plan for like, oh, I'll buy something at this point. Like, the game was maybe over at this point. And it kind of was. Like, even though it dragged on, like, they had pretty much won at this point. I think if you have really good spells, double null kind of makes sense. Also, it's because I couldn't build mech. Mech components, I think, are easy to get to, but we had a Dark Tier on our team, so I couldn't build mech. And then he's also going to build pipe, so I couldn't build pipe. And then at that point, I was like, I don't know. Maybe Solar Crest. Maybe we could have done Solar Crest. Man, I don't remember. Vlad's. I don't think Vlad's would make a difference in the game for where we're at. Vlad's needs time to pay off. You have to be able to like live and hit. You need longer extended trades. And they were just coming in and killing us like within a second. There's no time. Lotus is good. I did have it queued at the end. It's like 4,000 gold though, right? So takes a really long time to get to. So if you have a fight coming up in the next minute and you have like 1,000 gold, then a ring of health isn't really going to change that. I guess you could argue null talisman won't either, but null talisman is typically more like upfront value, like right there, because it's got like stats and a benefit and stuff. That's why you might buy like a bracer around that time. How high low do the rank numbers change after every win loss? It depends where you're at. For NA, they probably drop like probably about 50 numbers per win or loss at like where I'm at. The higher up you go, you need a lot more wins to like really move numbers around because the number disparity at high ranks is like all over the place. The coolest one I saw for gyro. Oh, I forgot to change my. We made that guide to make our life easier, and then I forgot to put it. I need to see if it even still works. Might have been like shadow patched. But the coolest one I saw was with an IO, a gyro carry IO support, and he went drums first, and then just disassembled, reassembled for charges. Yeah, the charge is back. So I thought that was the most creative one I saw. And then IO covers the mana usage. And so then they were just like using drums to like run at people with rocket barrage and then like flat cannon farm. I thought that one was cool. Otherwise, like some people have theorized like, oh, you can, because you can sell the recipes back. So like if you're going to die, you could buy recipes and then sell them back to avoid unreliable gold. It's like, sure. I haven't seen like super cool item builds besides that. It's like very, very bare minimum stuff. I don't know if there's like a major trend-setting video, but Troll was very popular at Riyadh. I would consider him one of the stronger carries versus the meta offlaners. I don't know if that really carries over to pub games where like the meta offlaners aren't being picked and the meta strong lane stuff doesn't matter as much. Yeah, we've been trying more for. That last game was kind of brutal. The game before it was really good. That was a much cleaner example of more 4. Now we're just waiting to do maybe another one if we find a match. Oh, not sure if I can join that. Sorry, I was just reading some details about something. It's gonna be in the middle of our stream, which I should maybe be part of the test for, but then we'd have to cancel this. Yeah, if you're picking troll, it's almost always to win the lane. So if you can't do that, you end up missing the mark on the hero. Pudge Lich. Now that might be okay for us. The Lich. Ooh, and the fact that I have an Enigma who's a pretty strong offlaner could also be good, because all we have to do is worry about camps. That's really helpful for us. I'm very conflicted. It feels weird not to buy like a sentry at the start, but it also feels super obvious that you bought a sentry and you blocked a camp when you see just like a boot in their inventory. Dragon Knight, okay. There was a chance this was SF mid, and I don't think Dragon Knight does that great versus that, but actually I guess maybe it still is. I was thinking, for some reason I was thinking SF or SK mid, but yeah, I guess with TA it is probably TA carry SF mid or swap those. All right, let's see if we can get a good Morphling game going here. I'm just gonna rush up to block the camp. Still iffy on that, but that's what I'm gonna do. Oh, I was trying to body block. Don't have a sentry for this TA. I don't think this is gonna be worth it. Maybe? Last attack? Damn. I should have kept morphing strength. This is a disaster, guys. Absolute disaster. I failed the body block as well. If I had successfully body blocked, we could have at least, like, maybe kept the Crystal Maiden alive. I should have bought the other sentries. Guess we can pretend to body block. He doesn't know we didn't make it in time. Shh, shh, shh. It's okay, guys. Damn, look at them lining up like nerds. A bunch of tryhards. Okay, looks like he blocked this camp. We have the sentry on the way. Cool. Yes, use spells on me. I gotta switch to our build in a bit. Damn! No, I think he got body blocked by his own Eidolons. Okay, he's okay here. We're gonna go for the 4-minute rune. Going for the 4-minute rune. Just kidding, I'm turning around. Never mind. We've tried 2 points in waveform every time so far. I'm gonna try a point in the adaptive strike. What's going on over there? The all chat's getting wild. Lane's coming in. I think we should just stack and go for the rune. Maybe I could have made it a little faster if I what are the odds we can do something here? I'm really tempted to try, but I'm just gonna go for the steal. Pudge might already be getting it, actually. Might be dead. Thank goodness. No Pudge. He might be going... Oh, he's getting Vlad's. Alright, then that's fine. We can get... I gotta change my item build. What are these creeps doing? Get off me. Wow, an 8-minute level 6. Alright, alright. What can I do with this? It's gonna be impactful. Should buy dust. Oh, my stick. Alright, we'll buy it after mech. We've already bought the mech components. Frost Dragon's interesting. Rip. I don't know if I really needed to become him to get that kill, but... Oh, I should have tried to, like, E a creep. Oh, no! How can Pudge keep getting hooks, guys? Rip. That's 2 kills he just got there from landing the hooks. Do we believe in me to be able to land the raises? I've done the raise combo. Probably close to 8 years ago is the last time I would have done it. SF's gonna be coming bottom. Uh-oh, the flame is starting. Ah, I didn't mean to cancel that one. Maybe we get her top with black hole. Try for TA with black hole maybe. I don't know why I became her. That was a dumb steal. Oh no! I didn't think that ult came out after I pressed E, guys. I don't know if I need this with the... I have no mana. I'm getting the null talisman, but maybe I shouldn't be. Careful with your courier. Am I gonna remember to dig shit up? Oh. I'm gonna try to hook someone on the tower. I can't hit ancient creeps? I didn't even know that. Shows you how much I play Pudge. Oh, the tower's not even here. Alright, forget that. Wow. Oh, we were pressing it. Cast animation. Too strong. I didn't even realize I had 5 kills. That's crazy. Yeah. Dragon Knight does not do well versus SF, so not really the ideal pick here, and we're kind of seeing it come into action. I don't know how I think bottom should have gone, but by the looks of it, Pudge has been hooking people like crazy. Blade Mail. This is not good, guys. This is not good. Big Draco. You're named after the dragon. I'm not sure about this build. gonna take this tower. I don't think we're fighting him in a direct fight. We're gonna need to become Pudge and like land some crazy hooks behind. Uh-oh. There's no way this guy lives. Man, that cast time is atrocious. What the heck? Does Morphling have like the opposite? Between morphing and then raising, it was so slow. I guess I should have believed. I thought he was gonna die way sooner, and SF was not even gonna come close, but I guess he had a bunch of Eidolons. I guess I could have gone in sooner, and maybe we kill him. I went afterwards, which is why they were able to like 2v1, 2v1. Oh no. He tried to juke backwards, but he got right into it instead. Let's see if we can get Pudge. Damn, who is this god gamer? No damage whatsoever. What? So alright, that is some huge kills, guys. Thank goodness pubs always throw. I was a little slow in that stun because I was going to copy Pudge, but I should have stunned sooner and then copied him. Uh-oh. I'm gonna get killed by this Tormentor. Well, at least we're getting the old Morphling practice, I suppose. I'm gonna get Aether Lens after Greaves. We're gonna try to do Pudge things, but at a lower cooldown. Just low cooldown hooks is like our only hope, I feel. Or Sand King stuns. Low cooldown Sand King stuns also very good. All right, they're all top. We're going this way. Ooh, there's an SF here. Kind of scary. Ouch. All right. Raze is so slow. Maybe it's from... Oh, man, look how low cooldown it is, though. Maybe stealing raises with the shard? It would be like instant, wouldn't it? I could just do long range raises, actually. Well, we're gonna try it. Is it good? I don't know. Guess I'm gonna get Philosopher's Stone. Just gotta like steal spells, so. Hello? There we go. What the heck? Okay. Oh, I got my courier killed in that. I was a little panicky in that. I almost lost that. Pretty fun, guys. We might lose this, but I'm getting to jump around, throw shit everywhere. It's pretty fun. Oh god, oh god. Should I pull her out? No! I just got bursted. Shit. I went to the lower health. Damn. Should I buy back? It's probably not needed, right? Oh god. Okay, we're good, we're good. I think I could have played that better, guys. I'm pretty sure I could have lived there. I'm pretty sure if I hooked and then like dodged, I would have been okay. Or if I'd like activated my E, the flesh heap or whatever. What canceled Black Hole? He had 4 of them. He must have not caught whoever could cancel. I'm not colorblind. I just like red versus blue more. And in case anyone is colorblind, then they can see what's going on. I'm getting Octarine. I don't give a shit, guys. Should I? I mean... Can we get here in time to help? Nope. This might be dangerous. This is why we need more mana regen. Oh my goodness. Cannot believe I just got killed like that. Ah, the AoE fear. I think I messed up my cycle of spells. I feel like that shouldn't have happened. I definitely accidentally canceled a stinger. Whether that would have made a difference or not, I don't know. Still a misplay. These pudge hooks, man. 22 flesh heaps. My god. I'm gonna get wrecked by Midnight Pulse at least. I think Sand King is our best steal with the low cooldown burrow strikes. My other idea is Shadow Rays with Shard. But I don't have the Shard yet. Should I get the Shard and then... The Shard first might be better because we get value out of the Shard right away. And it's gonna take a while to get to Octarine. You can't keep getting away with this. So creep. I was very slow to react to that. Oh shit, I didn't realize he was alive. Alright, that's on me. I should have been going in there, not running away. Like a coward? I don't have any souls to use. Gonna buy out the shard. Yo, how long does it take to freaking fire? Oh, shit! I could have lived there. I panicked. I panicked my abilities. Alright, I shouldn't have chased that hard, I guess. I thought it was just TA. The others were clearly there. I may have griefed. I think if anyone gets to grief, it's me, though. I never picked up my shard! So stupid. My inventory's too loaded! Okay, we didn't have a good steal for most of that fight, so... If we can get, I actually think Lich is probably decent now, too. Spam Frost Shield versus negative armor lineup. Frost Blast is, like, instant. Pew, 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 pew. Don't have an Ags, though, so we can't get the AoE Fear. I think Sand King is still number 1. SF with the Shard now. We'll try. I don't know if it's actually good, but I'm gonna try. Yeah, seriously, we need the neutrals. I need cast range or spell damage, I think. Just what if, you know? Damn, we were kind of close. I ain't saving no buyback. I probably should. I'm gonna be greedy. I'm just gonna use it. Who cares? Let me hope for it top in a bit. If I want us to fight for Roche, I probably shouldn't be buying out. Damn, they suck. I don't know. Elven Tunic, I guess? These are not good. I might just keep the Philosopher's Stone. Shit. I guess Craggy Coat is a lot of armor. I'm not gonna press. I'm never gonna activate it. We should just go with like Elven Tunic for move speed or Ogre Seal Totem, I guess. What am I doing? I was gonna go place the sentry to create a spot, but okay, my team's not fighting for Roche. Forget it. Philosopher's Stone. No, I was like, I think I should be killing these creeps. That was scary. Oh shit, I should not have been diving in. That was not the execution we needed. Try to get it in the hook. game is ridiculous. TA buyback. Wrong one. I'm scared to go out because I bought back. Oops. I didn't mean to kill that big creep. I was trying to just help him get it while moving out. Where's the neutrals? Holy shit, this guy's luck sucks. Woo, they saw me there. What am I, dumb? We're all dumb. It's okay, guys. I don't feel as bad. We're all dumb. Get that GPM. Okay, we're finally gonna lose here. I'm okay with it. I think we got some practice in, and it honestly, we actually had a chance towards the end, which is better than I thought the start of this game was going, so. We'll take it. I think he picked himself a losing matchup, which was, never gonna be easy. Lich team's stronger than expected. I mean, his life's easy because he's like pretty rich, so he gets to just like wait and then like blink AoE fear our team of melee heroes. But it's true, he got a lot of good fears in. We won the lane. Did we win the lane? We did. All right. We got a TA kill. She ended up pretty rich. Yeah, if we could have gotten to deny more, I think that would have been better. Looks like safe lane was okay. I guess I had to. I guess it was like after that because I thought they didn't do well, but looking at it, it looked like they did win their lane. And I guess we were down there doing a little bit too. I remember that. We're pretty rich, but our Enigma versus the TA is not. And then yeah, DK into SF. I mean, I'm not gonna flame because if I have to go mid, I tend to pick like Dragonite, even if it's not the best. But I think that was like last pick Dragonite, right? Into that, so probably should have done something different. Or like at least picking the second phase so like other people get the last pick if you don't have a wide hero pool for it. What? Is this right? I swear we stacked. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of last game. Last game we stacked more. Seven stacks that last game. Yeah. I think we did okay. Kind of seeing the strength as long as you get a good steal. I think that's the hard part about pubs. You just don't know what you're getting when you're first picking the Morphling. It's pretty unlikely. I guess I could type it in, like, if you want Morphling, let me know, we can swap. Something like that. If it ends up actually being a good Morphling carry game. Helix actually we have Snoozer Kyle. If Snoozer Kyle's here, he actually redeemed it earlier. We'll have to get his in first. Said he would be back at the top of the hour. Well, thank you for paying attention to the chat more than I am. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, in that case, we can start with Helix's and then move over to Snoozer Kyle's when he's back. I think we are going to pivot to the replays now. Where's my thing? I do this every week. Oh, here it is. There we go. All right, Helix, send it a match ID whenever you get a chance. I'm gonna switch up all the details and stuff like that. Get CloudBot open once we get through the redeemed replays. Which, if you're not usually at the stream, we're gonna do replay analyses. We just raffle them off to you guys. Everyone has a chance. Subscribers have a slightly higher chance, but it's nothing insurmountable. We'll do some replays for the rest of the stream. Try to give you guys advice. And then after a little bit, we get to... Oh, shit. Wait, can I run a second? I didn't think about this. We've been playing RimWorld in some of our free time, and so I had a permanent giveaway going for being named after a pawn, or swap that, pawn being named after you, but I don't think we can have two at the same time, so we might have to end that one. Give me a second. Okay, we have to change this. And then, all right, I guess, unfortunately, we'll have to clear out that giveaway. So whoever wants a pawn named after them in the future is going to have to redo all that. That's fine. We'll complete that. Start. Oh, no. Don't start it because we're doing redeemed ones. All right, but now it's ready. Okay. Okay. Are we casting Elite League? I don't know what we're allowed to say, but they don't have an official coverage, so I think it's fine. We're gonna cast it. We're gonna be official, unofficial. I think there's gonna be several streams like that. So if you do want to watch it, come tune in. Not on Friday because we won't be here for that. But yeah, I don't think I'm like spoiling an announcer because there's no actual coverage. So whatever, we'll just say it. Oh shit, you know what? It's Nightmare Zone time. While we do the replays. The efficiency scape. Elite League, yeah. It's standing time. Yeah, it starts pretty soon, so we still have to work out some of those details. And in fact, what I was debating, I think there's some like test stuff soon. So I don't know. We may have to like I'm debating if we just YOLO it tomorrow and we just continue with this stream, or if if we should stop this stream early to then so I can go set up some of the test stuff that they have. But I don't know if Ricky's free. Let me see. I should message him. Give me 1 second. All right, let's get you in here. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know why there's no official English coverage, but I'm not gonna worry about it. I am now. It is me. I am the official, unofficial English coverage. Won't take much time so other people can get into the raffle. No worries. Just the first 15, 20-ish minutes. Mostly the laning phase and any tips on Hoodwink. Okay, sounds good, sounds good. Okay. 1 second, guys. Who are you in? Zeus, Necro, Dragonite, Jakiro, Rubik, Hoodwink plus what? Is this Magnus? Yeah, it looks like it. Okay, you're probably just like poking in this lane a bunch. You're probably not getting a... Well, you could get a kill, I guess. It sort of depends on like if Magnus actually grabs them. So until then, you're just kind of like poking and dealing with stuff. DK plus 1 expected Necro. Yeah, I think Dragonite carries weird, but more common than Necro carry. I still think Stick is sort of okay versus like Jakiro and Dragonite, so I don't hate it. Oh, sorry, I don't know why we're on you. There we go. Otherwise, I think the rest is fine. You should probably block the camp already, though, rather than like still hang on to the sentry, because now it's like impossible to do it, right? They're gonna see you as you walk to the lane. Maybe you're saving it to unblock your own. Sissy by a salve and a fairy fire. Poke. Poke. Oh, don't get too close. Alright, there's a lot of health loss off of maybe a death. Thank goodness for the fairy fire, which you wouldn't have had to use though. Yeah, so that's just a out of position spot. Let's go watch it again just to see it happen. So to think through this, we know they're coming to lane. Dragonite over there, and we see Jakiro slip up. Maybe you didn't quite catch sight of it, but you know, if you did, and then right here you should see it again, right? So at this time, Jakiro is cracked as a laning hero. He's only level 1, so it's not that bad. But even then, into Dual Breath, you're not going to win. Hoodwink does not directly trade. Hoodwink uses her super long attack range to just be annoying and then land acorn shots. So you're never interested in like, let's directly fight unless you're baiting them in. But most of the time you're not interested in like a straight up fight because you're like 588 health, 2 base attack time. It's really bad. So as soon as you see someone like a support like Jakiro who wants to take those extended trades, I'm not interested in engaging at all. So like you start moving this way. You move over to the right side and just like don't be near him at all. And then this won't happen. Like you walking in this way, this might have been a misclick. Sucks, it happens. But even then, like conceptually, you should be moving to the right away from the Jakiro to avoid him. And all you want to do is just like poke for free as much as possible. For unblocking and just pull my own camp. That's fine too. But okay, so let me think how to explain this. And it's probably not a 100% thing because I've probably done something similar. Currently, you bought this sentry. Like, this is actually the situation that could make this happen, and then it's like, it's kind of why we don't do this. You bought the sentry. You want your hard camp available, but it wasn't so important to you that you preemptively placed the sentry to check before the 1 minute spawn, right? It didn't feel like that kind of lane to you that's like, I have to have this camp. Currently, you've got 50 gold just sitting in your inventory because as it turns out, you didn't even need it. It wasn't blocked. Or it was body blocked. And the fact that you saved a sentry would have done nothing. So if the camp is not that urgent to you, I would just buy a sentry later, right? Like this is the third Iron Branch, or maybe it's the Fairy Fire. Rather, instead of having the courier deliver a clutch Fairy Fire at the last second, right? You just have it, and it delivers a sentry later. And once you see the camp is blocked, then you place your sentry, you check it, blah, blah, blah. If you're going to start with a sentry, and it's not like the preemptive unblocking, then it's for this block, right? To make sure, like, I bought the 50 gold, and I'm using it right away for the lane, and I'm blocking their camp. And if my camp's blocked, at least both camps are blocked. And if he leaves to go unblock it, then I'm getting a little bit of time in the lane, which could maybe help set me up. And maybe it prevents him from body blocking, or maybe I chase him and all that, whatever. But yeah, the sentry, like, you could either, like, it should be used if it's being bought, in my opinion. But sometimes you do want to prioritize the camp, and then you saw that they didn't block it. So then it's like, it's fine, right? I'm not going to hate on that if you do think unblocking your hard camp is more valuable. But wow, thank you, Jakiro. You were not going to make that pull in time. See, this is good. This is like what you want, right? You're poking, you're free, you're behind the tanky heroes and the creeps. Yeah, come poke this guy. Poke, poke, poke. I think you're a little bit too close. This is your attack range. You're getting a little closer than you need to be. Poke. Like, this part is good. It was that first misclick. We'll call it a misclick. I won't even worry about it from there. It was a misclick. It was unfortunate. But now you're doing like what you want to do, right? Which is like max range, poke, 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 poke. But now getting a little too close there, see? Everyday streams? Kind of. Lately, I haven't been feeling as motivated. Okay, it's actually funny. I should call it pressure. I feel the pressure that I need to make more YouTube videos. And it makes me kind of want to, but I don't quite feel the motivation for it. But streaming has typically been easier for me, and I find more motivation for it. You should hold the... Okay, I'll finish my thought first. I typically find it easier to commit to a stream than I do, like, let's sit down and work 8 hours on a video. Especially when I'm, like, not sure what the video is going to be, which is where I felt lately. Or I feel like a patch should be soon, but I guess a patch is not. I don't know. Elite League starting. I don't know if a patch is going to interrupt it. Who knows? I thought there might be one after Riyadh, but I guess not. So maybe we'll make a hero guide or something. But yeah, if I don't feel like doing a YouTube video, then I'm like, I should at least stream. So here we are. Okay, so we do this. You stun them to this. Micro tip. Technically, you know, if you prioritize this tree instead, it would pull him up, which is like ever so slightly better, but I'm not going to worry that much about it. But if you want to think about it, there you go. Then save your acorn shot. You see how you threw it now, but there's 4 creeps, so it's like too much. Odds are he runs like one of 2 ways. He runs down, in which case it's more likely there comes a time when it's just like him and the range creep. Maybe. These creeps are probably chasing Magnus, so if you guys are still chasing, then the acorn shot is still kind of like, eh. And acorn shot is long enough cooldown at this point that you're only getting 1 in a fight, so that's why it's okay to hold it. It's not like throw the spell right away, wait for the cooldown, use it again. This is level 1 acorn shot. We're getting 1 shot at it, so we need the double bounce. The other situation, actually, we're going to play it out, right? So it's like here where you would do the acorn double shot, maybe get it between the creeps. Or the support runs in. Now he sees Dragonite's fine, so he's not going to complete the journey. He's like, oh, I'm just going to go pull now. Or he's going to try. It's too late. But if he does complete it, then usually there's a point where the support gets too close to the carry, and then you get the double acorn shot. But you also have tree bounce trick shot, and this is part of why Hoodwink's busted right now. Once he keeps walking back closer to a tree, you know, let's pretend these creeps are dead. You get the double bounce on him as long as there's a tree nearby. Now, once this is level 2 and onwards, you are technically losing some bounces as if there were creeps there. But like at level 1, it doesn't really matter for like this guy. So you should be a little more careful. Think about like what it's going to bounce to. What software do you use for making videos? So I use Streamlabs OBS for the streaming and the recording. Then I use Adobe Premiere for video editing. I've pushed myself to use Photoshop for thumbnails now. I tried some others in the past. I don't remember them all. I ended up on Adobe Premiere because I was in school at the time, so I could get a discount on it. Extreme student discount. And now I'm used to it, and I'm too lazy to like learn a new one, so now I pay for it. But I don't even know if it's like fully worth it. Not a bad idea. Since he had so many creeps on him, I'm up for it. He is a melee hero with high armor, so it's not going to be as meaningful. And also your Magnus wasn't there. So as long as you have enough mana to be willing to throw it away, not throw it away, but like you get to try again, you know, because you have enough mana. If that was your combo, it was only going to harass him but not kill him, I would save the mana. But you have a stick, you have a Sage's Mask, so it's kind of okay. Yeah, just stop this pull. Rolling in the big bucks. That's what you guys pay for. That's what the subs go to. Is doing the premiere. Bruh, push him into the tower. Okay, so this is where like you run into hard choices. So you're running to Dragonite, and Jakiro is gonna like line up a dual breath because of this though. Depending if you think this carry is going to die or not, sometimes you just have to do it. Other times you can just like hit the Jakiro. Or if you just want damage on the Dragonite, but you don't think you're gonna get a kill, then like just be more careful of your positioning this way. But you see how you're sandwiching in between, and now actually if we think about it, who looks like more in danger? Is it the Dragonite against you two, or is it you between these two? So if they actually just turn on you, there's a good chance they kill you before he dies. And actually, I don't even know if he dies, because Magnus already used his abilities. You have yours, but yeah, in the end, it looks like you're taking the worst end of the trade, right? But maybe not. No, maybe. Yeah, this happens too, where the creeps then help out. Okay, it did pay off. We got the Dragonite. Let's go. In this case, it was fine. By the way, max acorn shot. That's the build. Well, okay, actually, that's not fully true. Some people do max bushwhack. I would argue acorn shot can check cliffs. So you should put sentry on the low ground, acorn shot top. That's not what I'm arguing. I would argue for pubs, max acorn shot is generally better because there's less activity. Unless you're like playing with someone that you really think, like just the way the fights work out, you're like, oh yeah, the stun's gonna be really good this game. Then you're free to adapt. But in general, I do think max acorn shot's better for the lane. Do we think he's gonna get him? It's close. Ah! Okay, sorry, I got distracted. Let me go back. I was reading something for the casting. Yeah, the maxing acorn shot will help you farm, which is often needed in pubs. It's also, like, as long as you can identify good bounces against the enemy, multiple things. First, if you can identify good bounces against the enemy, it's where you're going to get the most individual damage on a specific hero. Two, you took tree bounce trick shot. So that, like, part of the reason tree bounce trick shot's good is because you run into, like, the enemy support over here, and it's just the two of you, but now you can get at least 2 acorn shot bounces. But if your acorn is weak, then, like, what's the point? So maxing this with acorn, with tree bounce is usually the way. And there'll be situations where, like, someone's about to get away, especially, like, under the tower. Someone's about to get away, but you, like, fire the acorn, it plants a tree, it bounces to the hero, bounces to the tree, bounces back. It's just, like, a ton of extra damage you wouldn't have had before. And then again, it goes back to, like, how high level acorn shot is to have any of that extra damage. Look how tanky Dragonite is. That's nerfed Dragonite too. That's kind of why he works as a carry. He's just like so sturdy. Okay, let's speed up. I think that's enough on the lanes. Let's think about other things in the game. Right. 2 roly-polies dueling it out. Did we get the Wisdom Rune? I may have zoned out on that. You are going back for it. .2 seconds more stun and 90 damage. That's like not, the damage is fine. The .2 though is like meh. The extra bounce will like typically add more, especially if you like hit multiple here. Well, I don't know. It's just easier to use. I guess I should also frame it. It's like cheaper. It's easier. That one's pretty hard. In particular, because as soon as Rubik steals roll, the kill attempt is, like, dead. So, honestly, just going somewhere else is easier. Just have him, like, clear out mid, and then you guys roam together. somewhere else, or you just like sit in a lane and you're farming or like a camp. Something's going on top. Yeah, take a look. Zeus jumping out of there. Gonna TP over. That was a good stun that Magnus then broke for them. Bexy Sitch, lol. Is your bracer? Okay, yeah, okay, you're getting the acorn, that's fine. Or the arcanes. I don't know if you really need the bracer, to be honest. I've seen a lot of like arcane rushes into Atos or Gleipnir. Sorry, Atos or Maelstrom. I'm open to the bracer though. I don't really mind that much. You just kind of want to leave Troll alone. I don't think you need to stick top that long. Yeah, stacking. The power rune's probably more significant though than that medium camp stack. If you want to head over that top rune, you might have been able to do something. Looks like it's bottom regen anyways. What am I watching? Everyone whiffing. So, like, what are we coming up here for? Right? That's grief farming. Let's go back. So, like, right here is where you have to make the choice of where to go. So, like, look at the map. You know? I can go anywhere as the hoodwink, right? I could go top, I could stay mid, I could go bottom. I'm, like, free wherever. Troll is, like, in this jungle. He's got a defensive ward. He just, like, he only wants to stay, like, in this area. Like, why would he roam bottom to fight, like, a tower that's not there? It doesn't really make sense. Your Pango's down here. Ogre, Magnus are down here. These are, like, the people you want to fight with. So you coming top is, like, just not needed. Thought Troll is jungling. So, like, that's the thing. Carries will jungle, but they'll go back to the lane. He's waiting for it to come back, right? This is he's getting there. Like, you push it out and then you go jungle and you have time to, like, cycle back. It's why you just, like, don't come back up. I forget what rank was this? Archon. It's high enough. It's high enough that he could be doing it. There are brackets where they just sit in the jungle and never go out. A good carry should be cycling through this though. And this is where, as a support, if you are coming up and dealing with this, then he's like, well, what the, like, where do I go? Am I pushing in mid up this far without a tier 1? Now I'm gonna die. You know, it's much better for you to push the mid lane, which is more dangerous, without a tower, and to leave him to do this. Unless you guys think top is super dangerous, then that's different. Or if Troll has made it clear he's, like, not coming back up and he's going this way, then that's fine too. But you shouldn't just, like, willingly come up here and do this, right? He's even on the way, right? He's like, God, that was like 3 creeps you just took from him. Which is not the biggest deal in the grand scheme. But if we also think about the fact that you walked up here, took the 3 creeps, and now you're going to, like, walk bottom. So if you had walked bottom, you'd already be here, and you could have maybe, like, done something. Or you could be, like, stealing this camp from the enemy, right? On your way down here, you pass a stacked camp, and you're like, oh, a stacked camp. That's very interesting. And then you bushwhack, acorn shot, pop, pop, pop. Now we're stealing farm from the enemy's half of the map, and we're closer to the playmakers. And Troll is, like, left alone top, and then he would have gotten all this, right? It's like, it's better for your team. You still farm, Troll farms more, enemy farms less. It's like 3 wins across the board. Or you're back mid, and, like, mid is fine if you're, because, like, mid is scary because the tier 1's down, but someone still needs to deal with it. Sometimes the carries deal with it. It just depends on the game, right? But like you being here, this one is okay. This one's not griefing in any way. This is dealing with mid and then possibly going somewhere else. And so, for example, if you pushed back to here, like you push mid, you don't want to join bottom for whatever reason, and Troll's like jungling over here, then you come over here, maybe you farm this camp, and Troll, the bad carries, maybe they're just like mindlessly going this way. They were gonna go this way when he should be making his way back top to that lane. He sees you here, and then he's like, oh, I should turn around, I should go back. This hoodwink's stealing my farm. But this would have been fine for you to take, because he should be like cycling back towards the lane. And then because you're here, you get to like watch what's happening mid, and then you like come back mid, and then you're doing this stuff. And you can maybe like farm one camp, stack one for the Troll. I would have missed that shot. Very good. This one's okay because he's so far back. He really shouldn't be. I guess he was low. He got scared. Okay, yeah, because he's low. So because he ran back that way, this is fine where you get to shove out this lane and it'll reset for him. Right? Because it usually would go into tower, right? If no one was here. They're dealing with it, which is actually just information for him now. That he sees these two and he's like, maybe I don't want to go back top. And now it's kind of okay that you go up here. And now you can just like sit here. But instead of like actually just AFK sitting here, like maybe you jungle this camp, like jungle it from this side. Or you like come to the back, jungle this. You know, you can farm the neutral camps while you wait. You can just throw out the spells to do it quickly. Because this is now stealing from the enemy. Even if it's on your half of the map, this is like a contested camp. So the sooner you get it done, the better. Your full mana, arcane, 18 wand charges, 3... Or the 3 doesn't matter. Infused raindrops going, so like you have the mana to do it. So if you can like steal this quickly with spells, then that's fine. Snoozer Kyle, are you here? Are you still in a work meeting? If he's still in the work meeting, then we'll start the raffle for the next one while we finish up. Nice. Close the chat. Okay, you know what? Let me write this down. Video idea, because we talked about it. And Hubris is right. If you understand general farming patterns, it helps you identify like where you can go. So maybe that can be a video idea. Basic farming patterns concept. And maybe we can use this as one example, potentially. That, like, walk top is a good example. Okay, I didn't see Snoozer Kyle say anything, so I'm going to start the next giveaway. Let me make sure this is working, because I had to, like, adapt it. Type exclamation point replay if you want to enter the raffle. Let me see if any names pop up. Okay, cool. It's working. Okay, yeah. If you want to be in a raffle, just join in. We'll keep going with this one. Hey, Ricky, what's up? Yeah, raffle for the replays. That's not true. You tell me about some games you play. Out here lying to the people. Oh, Ricky, you died in RimWorld, by the way. Sorry, you were the dog. I had one hole in the wall that I was literally building when the raid came. They went through the hole in the wall. They entered through the door. They kicked the door down, instantly killed you. You happened to be right there. My bad. It was really unfortunate, but I'll have you know, I gave you a proper burial. I built you a marble sarcophagus for your tiny terrier dog body. But the guy kicked down the door and just insta killed you. One shot. No chance to even like save you, heal you, react. Not only is it funny, I mean not funny, Freudian slip. Not only did he insta kill you, the guy broke down the door. There were 4 colonists all around that door getting in position. He could have gone for any of them. Instead, he sees a tiny dog in front of him, and he chose to insta-kill you. I'll find a clip for you later. We did give you a proper burial, though. Hubert, you got a question about Hoodwink? Yeah, what's up? Against the heavy damage, heavy magic damage lineup, is it worth getting the Mage Slayer as a first item? It's not super popular anymore, but I mean, if you thought it was like a crazy magic damage game, then I think it's probably fine. Alternatively, you could consider a Glimmer Cape. It's uncommon to see. Like on position 4, you usually see like the greedier builds, but it's not too bad. Like if that's what you think your team needs, and it helps you like Scurry plus Invis and Magic Barrier makes you so hard to catch. And then because, oh actually no, now this one doesn't give you the cast range. I was gonna say like the cast range from Scurry helps you actually use Glimmer. Otherwise the cast range is kind of short, but nowadays it doesn't do that. But I still think it's like okay. A lot of people just go Gleipnir though. To pad the KDA stats, it probably is. That's it right there. Yeah, this game, I guess I wouldn't mind. But I kind of think I think the Gleipnir is still better first. I don't know. I'd have to think. The issue is like Acorn Shot is just a bit unreliable. And it's only 3 seconds now. It may not be worth it. I don't know. Let's see. Let's look at Dota 2 Pro Tracker. Let's see if anyone does it. Like, I want to say it's maybe okay, but because the time is short and Acorn is unreliable, I feel like it might be hard to justify over Gleipnir and like a Glimmer if you absolutely had to. I don't see anyone doing it. Whoa, wait. One. Who is he playing against? Ember, Tiny, Troll, Rubik, Grimstroke. Oh, another. Troll, Brood, Sand King, Tiny, Jakiro. 2 out of like 100 plus. Yeah, it's really dropped off. All right. Let's pick our next person. Giggles the Tapeworm. Feel free to send in a replay whenever you get a chance. Instantly ready. Okay, let's go. Are you winning? No, I think we were 1 and 2 today. But we gotta play Morphling, which is kind of a win. You know? So maybe we can say it's winning. You're the AA? Alright, let's do it. Our first Morphling game went really well today. Second was pretty bad. Third was decent, though we did end up losing, but I don't think it was really my fault. Says everyone ever. But genuinely, I think we did decently. Obviously room for improvement, but I think we did our part. AA. It's really like blanking out for a second there. I'm just gonna double check real quick because I haven't been keeping up with the AA build since it's not very popular. So you probably don't really have to start with the mango. Not a bunch of people are playing AA, so I don't have a huge sample size to compare to. My logic, though, is that a lot of times at the laning stage, you're just throwing Chilling Touch when you can, and it's relatively cheap. So rather than start with a mango, I would just get more stats, like Iron Branches or a Circlet. Like, sell this, get a Circlet, 2 extra damage, let's go, and a bit more stats. And you can just, like, attack for free, right? You don't always have to use Chilling Touch. So you can just like poke, 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 Chilling Touch, range creep, poke, poke enemy, Chilling Touch enemy. That's fine, right? But you don't need the mango. And after you like go through the first few waves and you start getting low and you're like, oh, I want to keep this up, then maybe you buy the mango. You can have it deliver out. It'll make it. But the odds you need the mango within the first minute, or at least before like the first courier can get to you, pretty low. I can't imagine how you would use enough Chilling Touches to need it. How's life in Texas? It's finally getting a little cooler. I guess there was a heat wave going on in the US, but it was super hot. I would go to sleep and then I would like see the temperature on my phone and it's like, it's 90 degrees outside. And it's like, oh, cool. Wake up and it's already like 80. It's been a little cooler lately. I stay inside the whole time, so it's not like that big of a difference to me, but my plants were dying. So they're doing better now. Nice deny. All right, let's keep an eye on how much you use Chilling Touch, and then when you actually need this mango, just to like hammer the point home. This is where it's good to. I actually didn't see what you did at the start because I was looking at the item builds, but you see how you had to like leave the lane to go do this. This is why I always encourage you guys to just do this at night. Like just rush out here, place it, then do this because you could have stayed here. I'll hammer this point home actually. There's actually a replay bug going on right now. I think what happens is if you pause the game and then you try to skip forward or backwards, it freezes. If the game is like playing and then you do the time skip, it will keep going. But I ran into this a lot while recording the recent video. But I want to hammer this point home because I see it all the time. Maybe we use this for a video idea. Maybe I should just do this. Okay, here's the problem. I can come up with short bits for videos, and then I'm like, oh shit, what's the thumbnail and the title? And I just cannot think of enough clickbaity thumbnail titles to put out a bunch of small videos sometimes. But this is actually a really good example that I see all the time and should maybe be its own like quick video. This is like one of the most common mistakes. Oh, you had an ad break. Okay, perfect. This is perfect then. What's 90 degrees in Celsius? About 30, I think. Just real quick off the top of my head. I think maybe a little higher, actually, 35. Okay, so this part was fine. Like, where's the enemy heroes? Oh, here she is. Poke, poke. She went back. That's fine. So here is where I would be looking at my creeps. Tide has not been managing this great. I think he hit the enemy creeps a little bit. It should be pushing in, considering that no one was here, but, you know, whatever. I'm like, okay, he's TPing in. I should be positioning for PA. I want to keep poking her. And it looks like she's starting to move this way, so I want to start mirroring that, right? But then you're like, oh, I got to go block the camp. I still have the sentry. So starting at, let's say, like 44 seconds here, okay? You can attack like once every second and a half. We're not going to worry about that exact number. But things you could attack right now, this creep's about to drop below 50. Or if you like moved with PA, like we were saying, like maybe you're already on this side getting ready to poke her, or maybe you're like just you stayed here, that's fine, you're gonna hit her from the trees, and you could just be like hitting right now, poke, 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 poke. Instead you like walked over here, drop this, and this is obvious, right? He knows what you did. Like, why did the support walk to the camp and then walk back? He didn't body block. It's not the minute, right? So he knows exactly what you did. There's nothing sneaky about it. If he has a sentry, he'll head right over. Or if he needs to buy one, he can buy one ASAP. He doesn't even have to see if the camp is blocked, right? He gets to buy it as quickly as possible. So, like, for those reasons, it's blocked, but it's like a subpar block. And then let's see when we act. Okay, well, he ran over to you, so now we're fighting him. So maybe we can count it. But it's like 10 seconds out of the lane. And if he didn't come here, maybe it's like 15 seconds back in the lane. Which at that time, like, you could probably get at least 5 attacks, if not more, depending what PA is doing, right? And 5 attacks with 52 damage is like 250 damage I could have just dealt at the start of the game. You know, maybe she gets barriered. We go through the barrier, we hit her. So maybe in the end, we only do like 100 raw damage. But like, that's pretty good, right? Compared to like doing this now when you could have just like walked out here, dropped it, and then go back. Plus 500 MMR by doing this, though. I want it to be like I don't know. I say I want clickbait, but it can't be that clickbait. It needs to be like somewhat relevant, but maybe it should be. Maybe we just clickbait the hell out of it, you know, like, this is literally keeping you in Herald. You will go pro with this one tip. No, I can't stand that kind of stuff. And now you notice, ever since doing this, we've been kind of like zoned by the Abaddon to come back. So about now, we're kind of back in the lane. So just think how long we spent away from the PA when we could have been hitting her the whole time. And look at what our Mango's doing. Nothing. It's just sitting there. Okay, it is providing 0.4 HP regen. But you see, with our like chilling touch usage, we still got time. You could buy a Mango now and have it on your way. And to hammer that point home, if this was a circlet plus 2 damage, and you did sit in the lane and you had hit her 5 times, that's 10 extra damage. If you had stayed in the lane longer than that, because now it's been like, it was like a minute we spent like fighting Abaddon and then running around, right? If we just stayed here pelting the PA with that plus 2 damage, we get like 20 attacks in, boom, 40 attacks. That's like 1 free auto attack. 20 plus 1, let's go. But it does add up, I swear. When you're a very long attack range hero like AA, it is worth it if you don't need other stuff. At least like when we're talking about Mango versus Clarity stuff. Also, I can't believe he sentry'd here. Doing a pull. Go get the Lotus. Let's go. Can I be next? Oh, it's a raffle system. Sorry, we can't play favorites. It's just a raffle system. If you have the points, you could redeem it to try to guarantee it, but I think there is a cooldown. I don't know where there's at. Also, Snoozer Kyle is next if he's here, because he redeemed one. But after that, it's just a raffle. So you're coming over, I think for the 4-minute rune. Okay, I just realized you have a Slark mid. So this is actually a really good habit to build in the future. You came over for the 4-minute rune. That's actually really good to do. This is actually, though, this is like a weird mid matchup. that they actually don't really care about the runes. Huskar, like, whatever. Slark, I guess Slark kind of cares. He's not really a mid hero. This is weird. But to me, I see this and it's like, this is not worth my time. I don't want to come and deal with this because it won't really do anything. At least for the water rune. For the 6-minute rune, I could be convinced to come over, but I would probably try to like at least get a stack out of it or something. But for you, like AA, no gank potential, slow hero, and the runes do not matter that much to the mid laners. With those 3 things in mind, I don't really want to spend the time to come over. I would rather just sit in the lane where my strengths as AA do come into play, which is that I'm a long-ranged hero. I can poke a bunch for free. I combo off of like the tide. We can like slow people and maybe we can do something. And otherwise, I'll just do pulls. Plus, if we think about why you picked AA, Timber, Huskar, Abaddon, Undying, my ultimate is awesome. So I want to get XP as fast as possible. I want to hit 6 as fast as possible. And there's nothing in the river because the fisherman role is not in Dota yet. But one day, but until then, there's no XP happening there. If you manage to get a kill, then we've done things to help the game long-term, blah, blah, blah. And maybe you get some XP. But if you don't think you can do that, potentially because you're not a very good ganking hero, then there's no payoff. Unless the mid-matchup matters a lot in the runes, blah, 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 whatever. But because of that, because we don't think we can do anything, and because our level 6 is important, I'm just going to sit here. I'm just going to sit here in the lane and poke, 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 get XP. I might stack. Stacking has a payoff. Securing runes, no XP payoff unless you actually get a kill. But double stack for Tide to clear, and then I either get XP from this while I stand here, or I get the lane while he's clearing the stacks. That's how I get to level 6 faster. So because of that, I wouldn't even come over. I say that, maybe because I'm about to kill Huskar. Hilarious. But I don't think you can plan for this kind of thing to happen. I stand by what I said, even though you guys just killed him. Even though you guys just killed him. We're here talking about the long-term growth. Let's not worry about how an individual game may or may not work out when we do things Zach says shouldn't work and then it works. Poke. See, this is good, right? Just poke. Your poking is free. He's gonna have to use health on mana to like shield PA, all that. So you would just sit, poke. You don't want to ward here. So, I mean, he also should not want to ward here. He's getting away with it because you didn't expect him to do it because he didn't have to fight over this camp, which, I don't know, it's like some 5-brain idea to sentry here. But this area tends to be hotly contested, so I wouldn't really put observers here. I would put sentries down here. That's fine. It has to be some like next level mega brain idea to put an observer here because you're like, they would never have a sentry here because they know, I know, they know, whatever. But most games, just play it safe. Just like, do not put an observer here. And you'll generally, like in any in the same way I said this won't work and then it did. In general, like if you just do not put observers here as the like off lane, you will typically have observer survive a lot more. Like you just shift this like over here or shift it like back here or like this ledge, stuff like that. Or like behind the tower. Those are like 80% more likely to survive than like this area right here. How's this always happen to you? We just talk a lot, you know? So we do a lot of replays. Inevitably, with enough of a sample size, we get those things that happen. So you took damage when she jumps you, but you kind of see, like, because you're near Tide, you just drop the cold feet, Tide turns and gushes, and you guys just fight PA, and she ends up running. So she has a healer next to her, so it looks a little better than usual. But in general, we're okay trading our health for the carries. And now your Tidehunter had an advantage for a little bit. Again, she's been healed up now, but that's typically fine. And again, goes back to like, you just poke. And eventually she gets sick of it and she focuses you, and that wins for your offlaner. No, don't put another one. Don't put another one. As soon as you lose an observer in a given area, just make it a general rule to never ward there again for the rest of the game. People are creatures of habit, as evidenced by you also putting another observer here. I bet this guy, in lieu of nothing, will just put another sentry here. Like, he put a sentry observer here. If it just died, you never contested it, I bet he would come and put another sentry there, because a lot of Dota players just play off of habit. They just put them in the same spot, which is kind of what you're doing, but you want to break that. You want to identify the enemy's habits as soon as they show, right? Not everyone puts a sentry over here. Some people put the sentry up here. As soon as you can tell, I put an observer here, he puts a sentry here, he kills this, I will not use this spot for the rest of the game. Because there's a very high chance later he's like, oh, I should check again. Well, maybe he put it there again, and he put another sentry, and he's going to look for this area. So you should just try to like never use a spot that has been dewarded unless there's like a major thing happening. Team fight, Roche, pushing high ground tower, whatever, and that's why you need it. Oh no, you died, Slark. No, turn around. This is your lane now. Forget your team. This is your lane. This, whatever, who cares? This is decided before you get here. This, we want the level 6, right? Free lane, both mid laners dead. Get in here, shove this in. So it resets by the time your guy comes back. Ah, rip, he disconnected. Or maybe he died and then rage quit. What do we think, guys? What do we think? Oh, true. I wasn't even thinking about that. Magic Stick this game would have been really good. PA Abaddon. Free forever. A good starting build probably would have been like Tango, Stick, the Sentry, the Blood Grenade, and then like Circlet, double Iron Branch or something. I think you have enough money for that. Cut something. Probably the Circlet into like 2 Iron Branches if you have to. Wow, you guys waited a long time. I'm pretty impressed. You guys are nice. Oh, I guess this was party unranked. I think people are a little more understanding since other people are also partied. You guys waited all that time and then he just killed you. Ah. No respect. No honor. Well, if Huskar's gone forever, maybe you need it. Desperate times call for desperate moves. I don't know why I said moves instead of measures. Alright, you guys are just going to avoid Timber now. You will maybe W to slow down his pushing, but until you have 6, you just like can't deal with this. Even after you have 6, Timber's pretty strong. So you would rather just ignore Timber and make things happen elsewhere. His computer's on. Man, I remember these days. Oops. This is some classic Timber right here. If you put the W in front of him a little bit, it'll be a bit better. Very, very niche thing here, but it will make a difference. You see how you like put it on the center of him, which means he only has to run from the center out. But if you put it in front of him, like what does he want to do? He wants to run this way. So if you actually put it a little further out, then he has to run through the entire thing, the diameter of the area rather than the radius. the diameter of the circle rather than the radius. And it will matter in like niche cases. Undying wants to try his luck. All right. Okay. Let's see. Back to you. You're going Glimmer. Your position 4, you can go a little greedier, and you're super strong this game. I might say, like, go Atos, so you can actually set up for your team, like Atos ult. Because otherwise, what do you have to set up? You're depending on Slark Pounce or, like, a Ravage, and that's kind of it. So I might do an Atos. Glimmer is okay, but PA is physical. Timber has some magic, some pure. Huskar has like burning, but then it's also physical. So I don't think it's important from you to get a Glimmer. Ooh, I saw an armlet toggle. Well, believe it or not, Huskar's losing the Slark matchup. Though I guess some of this is because of the DC. I don't think a Huskar should lose that matchup, though. Maybe I don't know something about it. Good ult mid, by the way. Since Slark had a good time, he is like the guy to play around, so just follow him around. You should do a low ground sentry, and also this isn't really the time to do that. Alright, so like right before you do this. So in team fights, it is kind of important to like prioritize wards. But that matters a lot more in mid to late game team fights where fights are decided really quickly. Like, here's AA. AA counters all our heroes. PA, you have to insta-jump kill this guy. And you get jumped and you get killed in 1 second. So it's like, it's pretty important to deward at those times. This is pretty early in the game. And it's not like there's a vision advantage one way or the other. Like, even if they have an observer here, which it turns out they do, so they see the two of you. They see the two of you because you're chasing them on flat ground in the daytime, right? So it's actually not that big of a deal, and they're in retreat mode anyway. So even if you had teammates like TPing in, they're still retreating, so it doesn't change that much. So rather than do this right now, it's better to just keep focusing on the fight, finish the fight, and then drop the sentry, use Ice Vortex on the cliff. AA should pretty much never put sentries on the high ground. Unless you're trying to hide it for whatever reason. And you don't want them to see it on the low ground. But most of the time, that's not really a consideration. Okay, but now you just place your observer under their observer. If they're clicking you, they're gonna get that. Also, I think this is not far enough away. This idea is fine. This goes back to placing the observer and the sentries and stuff, right? In habits. So you see they put it on the cliff, they put the sentry on the cliff. So I'm going to guess they are not people who put sentries on the low ground. So after you deward this, if you put this observer just a little bit higher, I think you had the right idea, you just got the range wrong. Just put it a little higher, there's a good chance that survives because we have identified how they ward out of habit and we're going to use it against them. They're cliff warders, cliff and sentry warders. So observer over here could be good. Observer just a little higher would be good. Observer anywhere down here probably won't get found. This one, if I had to guess, this guy is going to come back, put another sentry on this cliff. At the least, decent chance he puts another observer. Creature of habit. Nothing dispels the burning spears. That one is undispellable.
I am not the one to focus, Huskar. I am not the guy. You should... Okay, that was close. If you did the math in your head and you were like, fine, then that's okay. You can't dispel it, but you can be healing during the time Huskar's burning spears are hitting you. So if it looks close, stay under the tower. Tier 1, Tier 2, any tower, they all give a little bit of HP regen, right? So for example, the tower might counter 1 burning spear in terms of like healing versus damage over time. So you'll buff your chances of surviving just a little bit. I'm waiting to see it. Come on, get back down there, guys. Prove me right. We're getting the shard. What's the shard do nowadays? Cold feet. Okay. That shard's not bad. I still think your team needs help setting things up more so than like your ult is good because of the anti-heal effect. You don't really... The cold feet is like secondary, all that stuff. The damage is secondary. You just need to stop them from healing, which means you need to hit the ult more than anything else. So I think it's more important to get the setup to hit the ult rather than if I hit the ult, it's even better, which is what the shard does. If you have teammates who set the shard up, then it's fine. Or sorry, set the ult up, then it's fine. But this is not an easy one. And in fact, actually, no one on your team really builds Spirit Vessel. So if you wanted to get a Spirit Vessel as a secondary anti-heal, I'd be up for that. Although AA is really not a good Vessel builder. But he's also actually not the best 4. So I mean, if you're already... This is unranked, so it's like whatever, you know? If you're already going to play AA 4, then I'm also like, whatever, I'll build Spirit Vessel. You gotta stop doing this, Huskar. Still here. Interesting. He hasn't had a chance to go down there yet, guys. Snoozer Kyle, are you here yet? Yeah, Slark's snowballing. Just follow him along. At this point, you could build him a solar crest. You could still get that Atos. Just get things to make Slark stronger and deal with the enemy. Ah, Snoozer Kyle is back. Great. Yeah, send in a game. We're about ready to move on, and we'll do yours since you redeemed it. Yeah, once you move around with Simian, Stride, Monkey King 4, everything else is so slow. It's so fast to hop around everywhere. Really fun. It's like hop up the tree, hop down, hop another tree, hop down, hop back, hop down, hop somewhere else, hop down. Ah! Did it happen or did it just expire? I think it just expired. Oh, damn. I think it just expired normally. I'm going to zoom through, guys. We're going to see. Did he ever check again? He's back! Okay, but it's like, it's kind of different. It's a long time away. Another one! See? This is why you have to check the same spots, because a lot of people will just keep putting the same shit. Although in this case, he's like pushing the tier 2. It makes sense. It's like fine. But I'm telling you, a lot of people just ward out of habit. I tease it in a lot of the whose fault is it anyways. Or like 6 observers will live and die on the same cliff. And we just go back and back and back. 1 week, will this work? We'll see. It's cutting it close.
Can you believe we lost this game? I can see it. It happens a lot in unranked games, and that seemed like I think you mentioned it was like around Guardian. Throws happen all the time in that bracket. You can never feel comfortable until you've won the game. Is this the right question? I had a question to ask you guys, and I can't remember. I asked my girlfriend. She thinks maybe it was that I was going to ask about what good craftable weapons there are in Terraria. Because we don't want to look too much into the wiki and guides and stuff, because I feel like it'll kill the exploration process. But I feel like having a basic goal could also be fun. Like, simple tips. But I don't know if that's what it was. It's not, like, reminding me. Okay, Snoozer Kyle, it did work. So, let's see. Trying to learn Phoenix. Don't know how to lane. How to team fight. Get run over by Chen in lane here. Okay, Chen's actually going to be pretty rough for you. Because you do slow down the creeps, but Chen's just a strong hero, and you don't really kill the creeps easily. No, this one was redeemed. So, we're doing this one. We'll do a raffle after this one.
Boys, what
Yeah,
is
the Orb of
up?
Corrosion versus Melee here is super good. How far are you in Terraria? We're a couple hours in. I'm working on a base. Oh, wait. I think I'm remembering. Guys. Hang on. The hamster is spinning. Okay. I don't know if it was my original question, but it's the question I want to ask now on Terraria. Is there a way to... This ad is about to play and ruin my question. Okay, we're going to have to hold on to this thought, and I'm going to forget my question. But it has to do with crafting from chests. Because I sort my items in all the different chests, and then I don't know if it's checking every chest when I go to the crafting. And I want to know if there's a way to do that, or if I need to throw all my items into like a single chest, but I can't do that. There's too many. There isn't? No! I just have to memorize like what I need? God. Rip. You have to grab the stuff you need. That's annoying. I really like... Yeah, so I like that you can craft while the chest is open, and I like that when you go to your like 5 chests in a row, there's a button to press to like just send it out to the different chests. I really like that. But the problem is I don't know what I need. So if I need things from multiple chests, then they don't compare, then like I'll never know unless I'm constantly just grabbing a bunch of different items and checking through the different crafting stations. Damn. That's annoying. Well, thank you guys. Thanks for letting me know. This game sucks. I hate it. All right. Ah, man. Oh, well. Yeah, I do like that it combines at least one chest with the inventory. Okay. Thank you for answering that for me, guys. We'll lock in now for the Phoenix replay before we zone back out. Yeah, I just rebuilt my like storage area to try to do that. I have like all the crafting stuff in a row, and then I put the platform so that all the chests are on the platform above so you can access both at the same time. But there's so many across that you can't easily do it. Like the chest on the far right doesn't meet the crafting on the left side. What a hassle. Okay, Phoenix, how to lane? Fire Spirits. Fire Spirits, your thing. Universal hero, damage is decent. Throw it on the hero, right-click trade. It's pretty hard for you to deal with a creep, and I see that you're laning with a PL who's like shit laner nowadays. So this is going to be a tough lane. These are, like, Chen's a very strong laner. Wraith King offlane's weird, but I mean, it's solid in the lane when it comes to fighting. Casarella, thank you. Thank you for the Prime sub. I appreciate it.
Whoa, who's that? Thank you. Whoa.
Hey, the Prime sub. Yabapst. I forget how to say it. I feel like I asked before and then I forgot. Maybe it's supposed to be backwards. My plan is to follow a guide and turn my brain off. You baps, close enough. Got it. Nice. Oh, sorry, I was going a little fast. Let's go back. Is starting with 6 tangos a thing? You can, especially if you're worried about your courier being killed and you know you'll need it and you bought everything else. Like, especially like Iron Branches, cheap stuff. Double tangos is fine. If you think you might need something else, like especially if you have empty slots and you're thinking like, oh, should I get the second tango? Should I get 2 Iron Branches? Get the branches, because odds of going through 3 tangos before like bounty runes you can start to get the next set, it's very low. So that's what most people will do, is get 1 set, buy the rest, and then buy a second set right after. But sometimes if you've already bought everything else and you still have money left over because you bought a bunch of like cheap Iron Branches, then you can get 2 tangos. And then what I said at the start, if you're ever worried about couriers being killed, you need to buy enough regen, right? It's like when Monkey King courier sniping and Nature's Prophet, when that becomes a trend, buy all the regen you need, because if your courier gets killed, you can't get it back and you're going to lose the lane. Yeah, this is annoying. You want to like poke at his creep. Like start with that versus Chen. He'll typically send the creep forward, so if you can just like poke it down for free, it makes it easier to then fight the hero. And you're getting at least a little bit of gold out of it too. I see you blocked the camp. My recommendation, this corner right back here works. It's not really a corner actually, I lied. But it's like in this little pocket of trees. The corner of this tree triangle, I guess, is what was in my mind. It doesn't look like you could place it, but it actually can. It can go back here. You just kind of like have to fidget with it a little bit. But there's a spot you can block it. That's a good one. In here, you can also place it in here. This is hidden. And then far right, that one you can also do. One of those 3 spots is what I would recommend. The 4th spot that you can place is when you didn't get to come to lane right away. You're TPing in and you're trying to casually like, I'm not doing anything, I'm just coming to lane. You come through here, you bop the sentry in this bottom right corner straight to the lane, hope they don't even notice. That's like the 4th spot. And then if you have a way to check high ground, I guess the 5th spot would be like somewhere here, check this cliff, see if they blocked your camp anywhere here. But that's, I usually wouldn't be worrying about that. See, he places it, unblocks it right away, but if you'd hit it in one of the spots, he's going to waste a few seconds looking around. Last replay, we talked about like, oh, it took you 10 seconds, 15 seconds to go here and back. That could have been like 5, 10 auto attacks. Same deal. He has to waste 5, 10 seconds spending his, like, looking around for the sentry. That's like 5 to 10 auto attacks he cannot be throwing at your carry. It's wasting his time, and maybe you kill his sentry first. In that 10 seconds, or it's 5, 10 seconds, you're hitting the carry and they're not hitting you back, and you're getting a positive trade that way. That's why it's important to kind of hide the sentries and not get too lazy on just like placing them in the center. It won't always matter, but like it will sometimes, and you'll feel it. They'd be like, oh my god, that's his 2nd sentry I've killed, LMAO. But it's like a huge win if you can do that. Oh, you've lost. This is why your lane's over. But he got the harpy. It's done. Sorry. Snoozer Kyle, it's over. The harpy creep is busted. You have to try to get it killed, but it's very difficult. He will just try to like micro it. Yeah, if you commit a bunch of spells to kill the harpy, I think it's fine. That's like top priority. Once a harpy creep comes out, if you can kill it with spells, I would do that. Otherwise, you will simply lose. This thing has 3 mana regen. It's only 50 to use Chain Lightning. Look at this shit. Look at it go. Ridiculous. How much is it? 140 at the start of the game? Crazy. Fortunately, you both have sticks. He doesn't have a stick. I thought he had a stick. You have a stick, so you're getting a lot of value. But clearly the damage is coming in and the stick does not fully make up for it. So if you can get the harpy killed, that's pretty good. The lane is back. I think you guys probably took like 800 damage in that time. So sick. Super cool. If you're laning versus Chen and your small camp spawns and you see a Harpy, also worth getting it killed. Like, do a pull instantly, get it killed. Even if it destroys equilibrium. Because who cares if you have equilibrium if a chain lightning's coming in every 4 seconds. Like, it's not, that's not a lane. That's not a lane you can play. The tower regen is not enough. Otherwise, I think what you're doing is mostly fine. You're having to deal with a Chen creep. But you're like throwing fire spirits and hitting. Yeah, put the... We already talked about the sentry, but... Creature habit, you put in the same spot. Yeah, you see how you guys are getting like a pretty good trade here? Ah! Scary, scary. I appreciate that though. You're learning Phoenix, so you're like pushing the limits. That's fine. If you overextend, it's whatever. Typically, just make sure you think of dive as like... Honestly, think of it like an ultimate in the laning stage. It's like, man, if I use this, it's to get a kill or to not be killed. Shouldn't casually dive. Which you were trying to get the kill, so it's fine. It can be okay to also just like complete the loop. Is usually how a lot of Phoenixes want to use it rather than like cancel it and then put yourself at risk. You have to be pretty confident in the kill. But like I said, you're learning it, so you're trying it, and that's fine. Yeah, like this dive is fine. And you should probably Sunray. Ah, okay, we got it in the end. So I'm gonna harp on it just because this is part of learning Phoenix. So I think if you Sunrayed sooner, that would be fine because they were kind of lined up. I think it could have worked. This dive, pretty decent. I think if you do it a little sooner, I don't think you actually... Oh, you did touch him with a dive just at the last second. Cool. It was kind of close. And then if you just like start... If you start the Sunray and start moving it, you'll be hitting him with the Sunray and the Dying Light, and then stop the movement and then just angle it. So like here, you can move a little to chase. Then this is where you stop, whatever button you have it as. Press stops, not stop Sunray, sorry, toggle movement, and then just pivot it so that you don't have to go under tower. Plus, then you might hit him as well. I was about to call him Old Vlad as if he was a hero, but Wraith King, Skeleton King. Your chat's here to flame. Uh-oh, I got a kill while we were gone. Ooh, we're gonna go for the delayed Wisdom Rune steal. It's fine for now because that worked. You will reach a rank where people will be there and then it won't be worth it to check. I will leave that up to you guys. I do think it's worth going late if you think you can get it. And so as long as it's like consistent in your bracket, it's like, oh, no one gets it. Then yeah, go. The better you can like do it sooner, all that, then that's a longer lasting habit. Yeah, that's a good observer. I like that. Unblock and move it up. Part of the reason I like it is because the last time Chen killed your sentry, he put it on the low end. A lot of times people will put it in the same spot. Turns out he actually put it on the right side. So in that sense, we got a little lucky. If he had put the sentry on the left, that would kill this area, and so maybe there's a case to move it further. But this is one of those like, I'm pretty sure he'll put a sentry here again, and then he won't expect this. Then that kind of like mind game kind of works. Scan at 7? Okay, cool. Yeah, the laning stage of Monkey's awkward. You have to have a good feeling of how to do creepy equilibrium and like roaming stuff. You should max fire spirits. I don't know if there's a misclick.
or anything, but I think dive, you either go 2-3-0 or like 1-3-1, but fire spirits is like always taken. Good dive away. It's time to leave, team. It's kind of fine. I also wouldn't mind if you just died and saved egg for like a different team play. I think that would be okay too. Yeah, 2 points in dive tends to be a little more common because dive is like a flat DPS. And in the early game, most heroes are relatively low health. Sunray is... there's some like base damage, but then a lot of it is like the percentage damage, which in the early game is not that significant. Which is why a lot of times you see like 2-3. But some games, especially with like a lot of the strength heroes that we've been in the meta lately, a lot of like melee heroes in your lane, then it's easier to land multiple targets on Sunray. Like you hit your carry, you hit the enemy offlaner, and maybe you hit like the supports, you know? Then I think like 1 point in Sunray to start can be pretty good. Then max it after Fire Spirits is pretty standard, regardless of whether you got 2 points in dive or not. Don't have the mana to spam everything. It's kind of true, but I also think it's also sort of okay since your mana needs aren't that bad in the laning stage anyways. At this point of the game, 4 of you should go together while PL farms. You should try to play around Death Prophet. And when they're committing on her, you just pop egg. And you either deter them from going, or you get killed, but Death Prophet gets to do things. This is part of the pub game experience where I don't know if your team will like work together, but yeah, at least the 3 of you, like Underlord, you, and then like either the Skywrath or a DP, like some combo there, preferably 4 would be good. Probably Sunray that a little sooner if you want. Looks like they're grouping up a little sooner than you guys. Why Yules? Let's see. What could he build this game? So what's he building? Blade Mail. What is a weird one? Spirit Vessel's okay because of the Chen healing. Wraith King's kind of tanky. And I think Pugna healing gets reduced too. Yules is like a classic. They don't have a silence though. You could dodge Sniper ult and like some of the stuns coming out. Pipe is maybe okay, although it looks like they're building more for physical damage this game. Maybe rare Hex Rush game. I don't mind that build, but this game you're gonna be tempoed, and by the time Hex is finished, the game's probably over. So whatever you choose to build, it should be something that helps you survive the next 10 minutes pretty much. If you think that's Yules, that's fine. If you think that's Spirit Vessel, like fight it out. Glimmer, Force, Solar, Yules, like all these like short-term items, it would be better than to go for like something that late game, just because you're gonna have like Chen creeps, Pugna blasting, skeletons. Oh no, I don't know what he took. No, he did go skeletons. Yeah, so it's gonna be hard to survive the next few minutes. Atos. I kind of don't mind, but the Venge makes the Atos a little awkward. Plus, you already have a root from Underlord, so then they're both going to be countered by like the same Dispel. And then like the other core is like Sniper, who is going to take forever to get to him to actually Atos. That's my take. I don't actually play that much Phoenix, so I don't have the greatest... No! The greatest feel on it. I think whatever you pick, though, it should just be with the mindset that it needs to be useful in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Fuel's good for PL? What do you mean for that? You're probably never, unless you mean like Wind Waker, you're probably never using it on the PL. Oh, Solar? Yeah, for PL in this particular game, it's not great, but Solar on Phoenix in general, I think is like a fine item. In this case, you could use it on like the Death Prophet, because she runs it in the same way. Versus like Sniper Venge, Wraith King, there's a lot of physical damage that you're just gonna have to walk into. It does suck you can't really use it on PL. PL Pit Lord. That is the old name, huh? Nah, the Phantom Lancer with the illusions. Usually not great for the single target ability things. Oh my. Alright, she's fine. She's fine. Yeah, you might want to check up there before you place the observer next time. In case they had observers watching you. It's good to deward. Plus your team was in that area, so it was like relatively safe for you to do. Pretty good egg. The downside is Underlord was not there yet. I mean, he tried to ult in, but the only other thing I would throw, literally the Fire Spirits, drop them before you egg. Just like pop it, blah, 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 blah. Just like spam it out, and then you can egg. And then that way the attack slow will affect you. It's like the most important part. It's what protects the egg, is applying the attack slow. And then, boom, you get another copy of Fire Spirits, and you go blah, 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 blah. You want to try to hit Sniper with at least one of the Fire Spirits. He just wants to attack from afar, right? And if you're just slowing down his attack speed, Fire Spirits, pretty long cast range. That's really good. You can even dive and throw, like, Fire Spirits at him. I'm open to pipe in general. This game, I feel that's... If there was a Radiance on Wraith King, I would definitely consider it. Pugna is a good candidate for pipe. Shrapnel and Magic Missile are okay. I don't know. I would prioritize the physical damage. Or, like, if someone's taking magic damage, it's probably from Pugna, in which case a Glimmer is half the cost. There's less AoE magic that I'd be worried about here. Though, Radiance, again, like, if there was a Radiance, I'd be up for it.
I'm gonna start the next replay raffle. So if you guys want to enter, type !replay. Let's go see if we can find another team fight. I know that was one of your original questions. Oh yeah, Shard. I almost forgot. Shard's really good too. PL does seem to have caught up a bit. Let's see what the net worths are. Oh yeah, there you go. He's at the top. Fantastic. Watch the redacted replay. Something tells me I shouldn't. Also, I'm pretty sure it'd be you telling me about the game anyways. Garbage, man. Unlucky, indeed. I can pull up the replay of you dying as a dog. Talk over that. I gotta go find that clip. I should clip that. That wasn't a racial insult, for the record, guys. That was literally we named a dog after him in RimWorld. Hold on, what happened here? We're doing some dewarding. Okay, Underlord's not here. So this is a little... I guess it's okay, actually, because you guys got the kills. And you thought you could deward, which I think is actually fair. Did PL go too far forward? I guess we didn't appreciate that they were respawning. And then this is probably kind of a overly hopeful dive. Or sorry, a egg. I think you were probably trying to help PL. You probably just leave. You suffered from the replay bug. Is that the one where it crashes if you try to skip forward or back while paused? Because if so, yes. See, this is kind of crazy. This is what I'm talking about, guys. This is a habit. Invis. This affects Invis heroes the most, like Ricky and Clinks. She has an Invis rune in this case, and it's like, oh, I'm just gonna go out and find whatever. But like, if they have a single sentry, you lose so much ground by being killed. Like, even when you're Invis, your mindset should still be as if you were visible, and you still have to like plan where you go. Even in my like games, I see so many like Clinkses. Ricky's totally out of the meta, so it's never him anymore. It's always Clinkses now. It's like your team is all top. You have a bunch of wards top. You know the enemy's not top, and they're like, I'm gonna go run in here, invis. Like, it's the one spot they are. If they're going to have anything set up, it's here. And then the Clinks dies, and it's like, why is my team with me? You know, like you still have to think about that stuff as an invis hero. Invis being invincibility only goes so far. You got to use your brain. Oh, Bounty's another one, yeah. It's a little different as a support, where it's like somewhat okay to be finding vision for your team, but there is still nuance to that, of when your team can actually do anything with that info, and when just knowing like they're in this area, that's enough info. I don't need to specifically know he's farming the hard camp, this guy's doing that. There's like a certain degree that is not necessary. Did I just hear a ding? What was that? What do I have open that just dinged? Did you guys hear that? Was it the song? I don't think it was. Wait, let's go back. Oh, it was Pugnatant. Okay. How come we didn't hear the rest? Did I just not hear it? Did I not go back far enough? Okay, I don't care that much. That was some Zelda and Chill, I think, from that album. Actually, there might be multiple albums with that name, but the one by Mikkel, yes. I have a lot of his stuff in this playlist. Ooh, awards for Roche, perhaps? Excellent. I think you put 2. This is a little bit overkill. Just one of these. Whichever one you want is up to you. This is a little better to give you heads up on the fight and then a support stand here. If you all need to be in the pit for whatever reason, then on the cliff is fine. There's cases for both, but just pick one. Both is unnecessary. Famous last words, but... yeah, I like all this stuff. I think it's been a while since he did an album, right? So maybe the next one. Soon, TM. Let's take a look at this team fight.
I'm back to one off Immortal Hehe. Tied
Yo,
for getting
nice.
me here, sir.
Haha, no problem. You're doing all the hard work. All right, let's see this fight. This may be where we'll end. So we dive in, pop the egg. So again, try to throw out the fire spirits before you go. Maybe even lift someone up with Yules, you know? Then they can't even, they certainly can't hit your egg. But otherwise, this egg placement is fine because the fight's just breaking out and everyone's like... So the downside is they're already kind of running away, so it's whatever. At the same time, like, it's a big fight. You're going to hit everyone with the egg. It's like, it's also kind of good. And your team is slowing them down a bunch, so that's why I'm up for it. But definitely just try to throw out the fire spirits first. I guess, like, since the fight was happening, I think it's fine. Otherwise, I would have hoped for, like, a better formation before we do it. But especially because you have a PL on your team, just the more chaos in the fight, you're making space for him. I'm up for it. Please don't kill me. But yeah, good luck, Kielmuff. What have you been playing? Who's the hero you're gonna pick for your potentially last game? Who's the one you're trusting with it? All Weaver Hood. Hell yeah, let's go. Weaver Hoodwink, you've got it in the bag. All right, let's pick our next raffle winner. Beta Bits. Scared they're gonna nerf before Immortal. Quick. Spam that, Weaver. With 70% win rate too, I mean, that should... I don't know if it's affecting you or not, but don't let the pressure get to you of like, I'm one game away. I think this is where the statistics help a lot, right? Like, look at your Weaver win rate, 70%. Just tell yourself, like, if I just keep playing Weaver the same way, if not better than I have been, the win rate speaks for itself. I will get to Immortal. So don't let the fact that you're like one game away get into your head and freak you out and like make you a little nervous. Just like, it's whatever. It's another game. If it's not this one, it's going to be one of them because 70% is a great win rate on a hero, and that's like the essence of hero spamming. This like in the center, that might be a little... It's like good, but it's risky. I'm kind of okay with it because it's like by your PL. Man, he's just in. He doesn't give a shit. Let's copy this. Oh, you know what, guys? I've totally been forgetting to adjust the info on screen and stuff. Man, we took such a long break from doing replays. I don't even know how to do any of this shit anymore. My bad. We'll remember going forward. All right. While this is downloading, it's practically done, but I'll be right back. Okay, let's go. Let's sit for a little bit too. All right, what are we doing here, beta bits? Witch Doctor popping
who's that?
off
Thank you.
58-minute
Whoa.
game.
Thanks for review.
Watch.
Gave me some things to work on.
Yeah, no problem. Happy to help. Thank you for subbing. I appreciate it. Realize my Prime sub was free? Yes, isn't that fantastic? Anyone with Amazon Prime, you can use 1 monthly for free if you feel like putting it here or anywhere you'd like. Oh wait, I forgot. I said I would remember and then immediately forgot. Okay, this is what? This is a soft support game and it is Crusader. Wow, I didn't have to change anything. Fantastic. So good. So good. All right, where are you? Witch Doctor. You said you weren't sure what you should be doing early in the game and wound up with a lot of death by 20 minutes. Okay. But eventually Witch Doctor just wins Crusader games. Nice. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's take a look. You are with who? This is an Undying offlane, perhaps? Looks like it. And you're against what? Terrorblade? Okay, so I would just stick to the lane a lot. Like, a hero like Undying just wants to fight a bunch. So just fight with him in the lane. And otherwise, maybe do some pulls, like if you get in a really good spot. Don't worry so much about this, so much as about just like fighting in the lane. You don't want to spend too much time in the jungle. Unless you're really confident he'll win the one-on-one. Which it can then be sort of okay. But Witch Doctor's really good at fighting between Cask and Maledict, so like, you just want to lean into it. If the support goes to pull, then just kill the carry. At some point, the support's just gonna have to sit there. It's way easier, it's less out of the way for you to go for the hard camp pull than it is for the supports to go for the small camp pull. It's very generous of you to drop the sentry for the mid. If you're going for the 50-50, I get it. This is Courier Sniping Ward. You now actually have 2 observers down here. I don't know if you noticed, but overkill. Definitely let it go for the other lanes. If you didn't see it, that's fine. I would still recommend trying to place the wards before the game starts. Oh, it looks like the lane shoved out instantly. What happened? I don't know. Looks like there may be some body blocking going on. That should not have been, and now you're going to body block. This is actually fine, because now the lane is shoved out so far, this is like their only answer. So it actually is good. It just means we haven't really been in the lane yet, but that's fine, we're here now. Actually, Maledict with Decay is actually kind of funny, isn't it? Yeah, you see how you're like fighting the Crystal Maiden? This is dangerous because she's level 2 first because Terrorblade was like AFK back here, so she got the XP. Super dangerous. But also, it means you're out of the lane. He's going to end up way higher level than you, and you really want level 2. So try to just like chill in the lane a little bit more when you have a strong offlaner. This is like sort of okay. We're like wasting their time, but we are getting killed, which is now no longer wasting their time. Is Festoration Facet still meta? Not really. Headhunter is more where it's at if you want to play Witch Doctor now. For pubs, it might still be fine, honestly. But I'd say Headhunter works well in pubs because either use it in the lane or you can use it to farm. And you see, you're kind of like hugging the sides. Undying is really strong. Just like stand near Undying and like attack. And if they ever try to punish you, he'll decay them and drop Tombstone and stuff. Kind of like this. Courier sniping. This is the kind of thing you would do with a faster position 4 and one who doesn't lane as well, by the way. Nyx, Bounty, Earthshaker, Monkey King, those types of heroes. Witch Doctor's a hero who wants to just sit in the lane because of the way, like, you can't cask people out here, right? There's no bouncing when it's one-on-one versus a hero. And Maledict, yeah, maybe you can get a decent trade versus one-on-one, but it helps if your offlaner can throw in a bunch of spells. Again, Decay's a little funny with it. But for that reason, like, when you play Witch Doctor, you don't need to be, like, thinking about this kind of stuff. Just, like, how can I just sit in the lane and be the most effective that way? And if I do hard pulls, then, like, sure. If I do small pulls, sure. But generally, I'm going to try to, like, sit here as much as I can. Easy. Jungle Witch Doctor is not happy. Bleh. Lane with Witch Doctor, gotta kill. In the jungle, have died twice. You could do a pull there. Okay, I'll tell you what, you're killing the hell out of these couriers. Oh, lucky cask bounce too. High skill cask bounce. Because you killed the courier once and then got a second, it kind of is worth it. But this is just a little bit high risk, high reward. As someone who's like Witch Doctor, not the fastest. Monkey King, who plays that ward, easily in and out with Simeon Stride. Doing it got you killed once, right? So, yeah, high risk. The reward only comes if you kill the courier multiple times. And if they do a little bit of micro, you wouldn't get it. You would waste your time moving all the way around. Hey, Beesgird. Hey, what's up? Thank you. I'm glad glad the stream can provide some of the old Dota fill without actually playing. Thank you so much. And yeah, everything full-time content creator, we're still working on it. I think it's going better than I think better than I expected. I don't know, it's weird. Like, I thought I could do it. I thought it would take time. It is taking time. I think I'm a little bit ahead of where I thought, but I also didn't fully like plan it through because I didn't know where to go with. I don't know. But thank you. Kind words from everyone, the support, all that. Thank you guys. Smooch kisses. Thank you for the Prime sub. Gotta be up in 3 hours. Ooh, okay, yeah. Have a good night, Hubris. What are we doing over here? Kind of chilling by ourselves. I would follow your team. You do need to get level 6, so I kind of don't mind you hanging around on your own till you can get that. Maybe just pop into a jungle camp, throw it out. But you are a very good team fighter. I would do that. And actually, because you got Headhunter, I would go ahead and max Cask. There are builds that max Maledict because you're in a pub game, and this is what, Crusader, right? People won't always be fighting. They won't always set up your Maledict. That makes it harder to use. I personally, you can disagree on this because I don't think there's like I can't prove this one way or the other. This is my feeling from watching a lot of games, playing a lot of games. Personally, I think for your rank, and especially because you took Headhunter, maxing Paralyzing Cask first will still do a lot of damage with the Maledict Cask combo, especially if you get like the lucky bounces. But if the fighting doesn't happen, if the team isn't grouping, you can do some jungling, you can do some wave shoving with Paralyzing Cask being maxed out and having the Headhunter, which will get you XP, which will get you back to maxing Maledict. So I think it's the more consistent way to play in a pub game that gives you more options compared to maxing Maledict. Maxing Maledict is like, we gotta fight, we have to get kills. And if we don't do it, Thanks, guys. Thank you. Stuns win games. Yeah, that's pretty good. Stuns are good. Thoughts on Witch Doctor 2 skill Maledict at level 1? I think it's okay if you have... Uh-oh. Oh, it's not it. Rip. Yeah, you are working on the Glimmer. I think that's the right choice. It'll be good. I think it's okay if you are... if you know you'll be able to run them down. So they can't have an escape. You have to be able to just, like... drop Maledict, because you guys are, like, fighting over a jungle camp, and then you just, like, right-click and run at them for a while. And it helps a lot if your offlaner is really strong. Or has, like, easy ways to throw in damage. But it doesn't work every game. And Cask is a little bit better for, say, attempting a range creep secure. Uh-oh, Monkey King tried to help. What does Gree do? Gree generates 3 gold. 1 gold every 3 seconds. So 20 GPM. And then every time you die, instead of losing the unreliable gold to the death cost, it is put into the Gree. And at some point, you consume the Gree and you get all the money. So it's pretty good to start. And then at some point, it's not really worth the slot. So you should just consume it to get the gold. And you can see how much right here. This is how much gold is in the Gree if Witch Doctor were to consume the item right now. So I had a video on it. It's pretty good if you like somewhere between 10 and 20 minutes, I think is the ideal time to use it for the like average game. Yeah, it's kind of like a piggy bank. That's a nice easy way to put it. Yo, double Cask, super good. If you're at all able to wait for the Soulbind, fantastic. One of the best spells with Soulbind, in my opinion. Maybe a little bit of RNG in it, but I think it's super good. I don't know if that was intentional or not. You probably just come here and like attack regularly. This is where like if you had max Cask, you know, you probably clear more creeps. This is fine if no one on your team could get here, and if you shove this wave in too, that's fine. And then I would go back to joining your team. Especially like Undying. So he's dead right now, that's fine. Yeah, so do a little pull, and then we like throw the Cask for the farming speed here. Oh, Verdurous Galet. Yeah, you got full mana. It's fine to like cask at this time, and this would farm this faster, right? Maybe move to another camp. Yeah, at this point, he has his mana, so at any point, if we just join back up and we, like, you could have a smoke, which you do, so you just join them, you smoke, you do something, or it's nighttime, you don't have the best vision to, like, move to, you just push out as a team. Looks like they're making the play first. We're not really quite ready for it. So here, you don't want to pull anymore. You want to punish them because they're over here, and they showed several heroes. So now we want to pressure them, like, oh, someone should come back, defend this tower, and then you try to take a fight off of that. So instead of doing this pull, just let it shove. And if you want to farm this, just use Paralyzing Cask. And actually, like maybe you started it and then you see this happen, immediately cask this so that the creeps can get back to the lane like ASAP. This is killing your push a little bit because now like these creeps should have been like overwhelmingly winning, which they kind of still are, but these creeps have a better chance because you're missing like 4 creeps in the lane. And sometimes if this didn't have this many creeps, it would have just kind of killed the push. But you want it to push right now because they are pushing right now. So you want to respond to that immediately and not, I don't know, that was like what, 15 seconds? Get the cask. Damn. Pop, 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 pop. Got Terrorblade, not bad. Did Smaldic not hit? Damn. Cool. So it looks like they overcommitted. Now you guys get the play. And yeah, from here you can just shove the lane down. And then I would try to not show. So I literally just said shove the lane down. But because you have 2 observers, now's a really good time to go place wards. And so you don't want them to see you, at least not through like towers. Like if they have observers somewhere and we don't catch it, then so be it. That's how it goes sometimes. But we're not going to give them free vision if possible so that they don't have a clear idea of where you went. So like right now I might like check the mid lane for an observer. If I don't find anything, great. Maybe move over here. If I think they would have checked here, I would check something. Otherwise I'd place a deep ward. I don't really care where you place it right now. But considering like maybe top tier 1 could be a good option. Like the Tormentors could be something. So something in the top lane makes sense. But it's also pretty common to just like occupy this area right now. So if you just put something down here, that would be fine as well. Any of this stuff. Where are you? What facet does Monkey King have? Oh, he has the Wukong's Faithful. Boo.
As your guys' abilities come back up, I mean, you can just like group and go again. I think it kind of covers the early game. I'm looking away literally as the fight's happening. Oh, you guys killed him. Great. I don't know what your other options were. I don't think Gossamer Cape, like the one dodge, is that important this game. So if you had other choices, anything to tank you up, cast range I think would be good too. I think those are probably better, but maybe you really had bad options, in which case this is generically fine. Anyone who wants to join, exclamation point replay. Oh, wait. Handling my own streams. There we go. Remember to put the command up. I don't think it's really worth using. There's probably times for it, but in general, I wouldn't use Voodoo Switcheroo just for like shoving a wave. Unless they're all dead. The thing is like it will save your life or get you a kill, right? It's pretty significant in its power. So unless you urgently need to shove a lane,
either because your team died and you're not going to fight 1v5, so it's really important for you to shove a lane ASAP, or you just killed him, so you don't need your shard, so then you can just throw it out. That's fine too. Like one of those situations. But I mean, they're all up. Something could happen. I would save the shard. I think missed a little bit. I'm not really gonna worry. You know you need to hit it, but you know, sometimes we miss. I miss Monkey Basher. That was good. That was fun. Pretty broken though. Understandable. I still think about that, but that was like 6+ years ago. Because that was one of the builds when Monkey King first came out. Then he got nerfed. And then people started playing him as support with that Basher. Which I'm pretty sure was like over 6 years ago. So it's funny that I still think of that like, oh yeah, those were the days. But Monkey King has gone through a whole bunch of different shit since then. Just can't let the past go. Oh, MKB Mini Bash was another good one. Remember when Headshot Mini Bashed? Remember when Shrapnel did tower damage? He's gone, guys. Shit, they found us. Monkey's too squishy to be useful in my games. He is a tough hero if you don't know how to do it. Yeah. He's not an easy hero to just like pick up and play without a little bit of studying / talent / whatever you want to call it. It's easy to become very useless on Monkey King, I guess is a good way to put it. Boom. Nefzu, yo. Literally, he was feeling it. He knew he'd be lucky. He willed it into existence. Do you guys ever get like that? This is probably, what's the word for what I'm thinking about? There's a misconception, you know, similar to like gambler's fallacy of like, you remember certain outcomes. I literally talked about this in a video before and I've forgotten what it's called. But do you guys ever feel like you know when you'll win like a luck-based thing? I feel like there are times in my life I'm like, this one's mine. I know this is it. And then I get it. But I probably say that, and there are times I think that, and then I don't win. I'm like, whatever. You never really know, you know? So it's probably selective memory. Maybe that's what I wanted to call it. Confirmation bias might also be it. A mix, maybe. Confirmation bias / selective memory. Manifest. Two examples I can think of. When I went to study abroad in Japan, I guess we're getting into the podcasting part of the. Yeah, I'll let it play while we get in the next replay and all that. Should I do a lost ranked game? Anything you want. I would say the best game is one where you don't know the problem, whether that's a win or a loss. Like I think we won. I mean, you would know we won, but I don't know if I like really did the best. That's what I can try to help with. If you know why you won or lost, then that's less useful. Unless you want me to confirm it, then that's fine. But that's what I would recommend. I went to study abroad in Japan, and then they did like this raffle for bikes, because you have to have like a little bike license and also like the bike itself. So they had some for some of the international students, but not enough for everyone, of course. So they did a raffle for anyone interested, and a couple of the people I were meeting was like kind of interested in it, and I was like, maybe. I don't know if I actually won a bike or not, but I put my name in the raffle, and then as I started to do it, I was like, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna win this one, and then I got it, and I was like, I don't actually want this one, so then I gave it to someone that I was friends with, I guess becoming friends with at that time, because it was like one of the first days. Another one I knew I would win. This one I'm very happy with, guys. This one I'm very happy with. At my job before I quit, there was like a charity fundraiser thing, and it's like, oh, put in different prize ideas. If you like contribute money, if you do like some charity stuff, you'll get tickets, you'll get to enter the raffle. And I like saw some of the different prizes, and I worked in a company with like a wide range of people with different interests, right? So I saw some of the things come up, and I knew like, oh, some people would be interested in this, some people would be interested in this. I know who I am. I saw they had a Nintendo Switch as one of like the big prizes, and I was like, all in. That is all I care about. I knew I was gonna win that. Boom! My Switch is paid for by company money, guys. I won that in a raffle. That's probably one of the bigger things I won in like one of those kind of things. But I knew it. I felt it in my soul once I saw that it was a prize. I knew I would win it. I don't know. You guys got anything like that? There are times I just very strongly feel I'll win like an RNG thing. And it's probably all just confirmation bias. Ah, rip Josie. Yeah. We'll get another raffle in probably. Don't worry about it. Ooh, Divine Game. And you are the Rubik. Oh no. Okay, sorry. My bad. I forgot to include it needs to be within the last week for us to be able to download it. Which looks like this one was. Oh, actually, wait. It should be fine. This is just yesterday. Let me restart Dota. Sometimes that fixes it. Yeah, we can. I forgot. You told me about like sometimes open Dota. If you could parse it, it could work. I forgot to ever use that, but maybe this is it. But let's first just restart the game and try it. Let me close the raffle. We'll have to fix sound. Why is the opening in Dota so loud, by the way, guys? I'm going to make you guys suffer through it with me. Nah, I'm just kidding, guys. We'll skip it. Bum, bum. See if it works. Spent 55 roll queue tokens climbing 450 MMR. Now you're gonna lose it when you play support trying to gain them all. Yeah, I mean, I definitely feel for it for core players who just want to play core. But it really will help you improve as a core player if you learn some support, which is maybe why you're here. I don't know. But yeah, if you learn some support, it'll help you as a core. It'll make that MMR gaining process easier, right? Where because you're a core player, you don't need to be gaining MMR while playing support. But if you can rock like even if it's below 50 but close to 50, it makes that process pretty like less annoying. I feel like if you know you can win. Again, I get it. Like if you want to be a core player not playing support, I feel ya. But I do think it'll help you in the same way I think learning core helps me as a support. Okay, Rubik game. I kind of skipped forward. I'm actually gonna go back because you're in Divine. I'm gonna be stricter on you than some of the others. I'm not gonna. Oops. Not gonna let you slip by with as much. Why can't this type in? There we go. Divine. Okay. Was this your smoke? Someone smoked. Coming up here, you got a Sand King. Do you have any particular questions about this Rubik game? I blame my item choice near the end. We can take a quick look at the scoreboard. Or, sorry, the, I guess scoreboard / player items at the end. We can take a look at that. She did Arcane, Yules, Blink, Glimmer, Ags, Hex, Refresher. What a baller choice at the end. Let me see. Who's in this game? A PL, Necro. Okay. I kind of understand why you went Yules because of the sniper, or sorry, the silencer. Blink after. I think I'm okay with that. I would actually also throw out the idea of Greaves if you didn't have an Undying. I think it's okay. I'm going through in my head of like, I think stealing Jakiro stuff is so good that it kind of warrants an Aether Lens or a Blink first to steal it. Then you get Silence. You can't use it, but Silence is a long cooldown, so you'd be able to use it before and after. But I'm also kind of okay getting the Yules because it's generally useful, and then you can remove the Silence when you need to and all that. Yeah, the reverberating silence. Oh, see? Divine rank, he's out here placing his shit ASAP, guys. I'm telling you, I'm not just hot air. There's some truth to what we talk about. Anti-mage. It's gonna be a little bit of an annoying lane. I don't know if you have the safety. So you might be thinking about courier sniping, but I actually don't think you have the safety to do that. Because if Jakiro is anywhere near you, anti-mage is like a fast blinking hero. Let's say it's not anti-mage and they're doing something crazy. Chaos Knight is also a dangerous hero who could come over, or while you're gone courier sniping, Sand King just like kills this stuff. Maybe you're planning to creep drag. We'll find out. If you think the lane's that bad. I'm actually not fully sure on this matchup with like the anti-mage CK. I haven't actually laned with a lot of off-lane Sand King, so I actually don't have a great feel for it. If he was like, this sucks, or you think it sucks and you're going to creep drag, then I'm okay with that. But if you're thinking about courier sniping, I think you're going to hurt your lane a lot. Because they'll punish you at this rank. They should. Don't mind if I do. That's fine. That's fine. All right. You guys lost. I'm sorry. So there's not that much you can do about it, but you can tell your team. God, I forgot. I forgot to be playing when I went back. They clearly went bottom based on your observer. You did not see anyone. Or I shouldn't say clearly, like it's super obvious, but if I was a gambling man, which I only ever do in video games, if I was a gambling man and I place this observer ward and I don't see anyone up here, then they're probably all here, which means any kind of like split up idea is not that smart. Especially with you like still here and your team in a line, right? So if they come in as 5, you guys are screwed. You guys see CK here and you guys thought to collapse, but still no one ever showed top. And it turns out they had 5. So your team should have just played for the top 2 runes off of your observer. You guys should have just played for the top 2 and you would avoid all this. This isn't really your fault, but if you can interpret for your team what the vision means, then that's something you can do to minimize this kind of stuff in your games. And just tell them like, play top 2, there's 5 bottom. Just say it with confidence, even if you're not sure. I mean, you can say it with less confidence, like, I think there's going to be 5 bottom, so can we just get top 2 runes? But I mean, just declare it with confidence, whatever. Because of that, you're like late to lane. Like, this is the whole snowball series event. This is like very impactful. Like, they got 3 kills for 1. You guys just missed the lane. He's already got it favorable for him by the time you guys get here. It's like a disaster start. At this point, you want to shove in the lane to just reset. So, if you end up like, yeah, Fade Bolt secure is fine. If you weren't sure, like, oh, I don't know if I should do this, just do it. And try to get a situation like this where you can fight, right? If you guys were on the same page on that, you could maybe like Blood Grenade or get a little bit more damage. But either way, it won her tower, so that's pretty good. just at the edge. Okay, we're good. Oh, okay. Maybe thought you were gonna fight the Jakiro, so you guys are split up. I don't know. I kind of think you should be fighting the Chaos Knight rather than the Jakiro. Looks like it's close to working out, though. Well, maybe we committed too hard, though. And by we point our finger at the Sand King. That wasn't me. But yeah, I think you hitting... Like, with Reality Rift, it's easy for him to join, like, when you're on the Jakiro. And he's a fast hero. It's harder for Jakiro to join the Chaos Knight because Jakiro is very slow and has very short attack range. So I think if you like stand on the left and poke CK, it'll be generally safer than you poking Jakiro. You could argue that in the one-on-one, you think Sand King will beat Chaos Knight. I'm sort of okay with that. But I think you'll be bodied, like absolutely bodied by this Jakiro. Oh, especially because you got boots first. So with boots first, you now have to like stack and roam more to get more value out of it. So like you should come for the double stack at 4 minutes. Or like the hard camp stack and the rune. And like when this creep wave is pushing in, this is what's telling me you need to go do that. So that's what we need to see from you in the next 10 seconds. Sand King is fine here on his own without you. You're low as well, so you can't even fight here. And because you bought the boots, the idea is the move speed. He tried to like do this stuff. So we ended up like sticking here. And now you're hitting him, right? So this is where like if I just bought stat items, this would be better. Boots are for moving. This particular matchup, Necro versus Sniper, is not terribly important to get the runes. But if you're free, because there's like a full camp, a full creep wave pushed into your tower, and Sand King will be okay on his own, then that's like fine to go for. Or you do the double stack, which is like 200 gold for your team later, and you have a Necrophos and a Sand King in these side lanes, so you're gonna be like super strong. You should probably save Telekinesis there a little longer. See if he commits Reality Rift, and then like pick him up and throw him away. Six minutes. Power rune, stack. See the lane's pushing in, right? You're good to go. This is good. We're here. I don't mind. You can do this with an auto attack. That's the other strength of boots. If it's a very important bottle matchup, then just do the hard camp stack and be here right away. Because it doesn't matter that much, I'm okay with choosing the double stack. Isn't your courier nearby? I guess someone else. I guess that's someone else's. I thought on the mini map that was yours. This is kind of worth fighting. Can't this creep wave aggro? Aren't we past that time? I forget the exact time. I don't think this is worth it. Personally. The Observer. Because this is like, this is your Observer for the next 6 minutes. And this, if you weren't placing it here, this would be what enables you to push this tier 1 tower safely, or you're already winning the lane and allow you to invade. Like, that's what this next Observer is supposed to be. It's somewhere up here, or like, we took the tower, so like, we set it up a deep ward, like back here, or here, or maybe we're like coming to push, so we set one back here. We're spotting rotation somewhere there. This is not going to be useful for the next 6 minutes, really. Only for the Wisdom Rune, which I would, like, Sand King was nearby. I'd rather fight it. And my rough feeling, not that I've ever been put in the situation that often, but I kind of think I'd rather lose the wisdom rune than commit an observer to it when I think it's a one-on-one, like it's you and CK. If there's a bunch of heroes and I think we might get into a full team fight, I might do it. Panic ops. That's fine. That's fine. That's actually perfect then, right? Because you're put in a new situation. You're like, oh shit, I don't know. Should I do this? And you just do it. And that's fine in the moment. And now we get to think. Now we get to think about it. And in the future, when you get to that panic, you'll be like, Zach told me it's not worth it. So then you don't do it. And then you should have. And then you'll be like, Zach. And, and then you'll learn that. And then the next time it happens, you'll be like, I don't believe in Zach anymore. I put the observer. Then that's fine, right? That's like the power of watching replays. They see Sand King, so we know there's like some kind of vision here if you want a sentry for it. Or because you just got the kill, if you can take the tower, then you can just ignore the sentries there. Let's see, you kind of left. Looks like you're going mid. It's pretty risky for you because you're so low health. I kind of think you guys should have capitalized on top, which actually, this is the perfect example. Get the kill. CK ran away. Now, because you're low, you kind of have to be very careful. In another situation, you have more health after this happens. But this panic observer from earlier, this is the opportunity we were waiting for to kill something up here. 1 hero, 2 heroes. And now we are set up to deep ward. This tower is not dead yet, but if you kill the tower, that's the next step to then deep ward, which the enemy then expects is like, oh, there should be a deep ward. If you go now, before this tower is down, and you place like a deep ward, this is where like putting on the cliff is kind of okay, because there's no way they would think you would have an observer on a cliff at this point, and then you take the tower, and then they're falling back, and they're like, oh, like they haven't gotten here. There's no way it'd be here, but there already is. Now, you don't have to put it on the cliff. You can still put it back here. It depends on how confident you feel like your team can take the tower without extra vision to help you. If you think you need it, then it's fine. Just still place it like somewhere here. But this is where in a lot of my games, you'll see me like make that choice. I may not talk it through, but once this happens, I'm thinking, do I think we can take this tower without contest, especially if it's low? Then I'm placing like a pretty deep observer. If I think it's going to take a while to do this, then I'm just placing something up here that's like relatively sneaky. Learn from trial and error, at least the bad habits. I can see that. I could kind of agree with that. But I think as long as you think about it, it's fine, because then it's not just like blind trial and error that leads to bad habits. It's just like, I don't know, I'm just going to do something, and then I'm going to think about it. And at that point, I think it's just like kind of like a scientific method, as opposed to like slipping into bad habits. Like, even if I thought about it beforehand, like, I think it's good to put observers like this, right? And then I place it and I do it. I still have to think about it. Like, whatever decision you come to, I think you should revisit it. Even things I tell you guys to do, you should revisit. This is a good time to say it. Like, oh, Zach always tells me to run out here and place the observer. Like, you should do that for a while, and then you should reflect on it. Like, how is this helping? How is this not helping? What are the pros and the cons? Right? You should just revisit those ideas. I think as long as you're actively thinking, that's what will help you stop the bad habits. Now, sometimes you do need help, like, this is bad, stop doing it. Like, you come to the wrong conclusion. But that's kind of what I'm for, I guess, and like other educational resources are for, is because sometimes it is hard to figure it out yourself. But prior to having any of that, or you don't like doing it, because like I like to do stuff trial and error myself to start, and then I like learn things later from like resources. But I think it's fine so long as you think about it, and you'll avoid, like, you might start with bad habits, but you can still learn from it later. Okay, what's going on here? Yeah, you see you got like that kill and then you all fell back. That's the weird part. I think you guys should be pushing top more together. Got to make space for PL, which actually I forgot to talk about. I guess it is anti-mage offlane. That's a good deny. I guess you're trying to get 6. I think getting more tower. Like, you guys got that kill with 4 heroes up here, and this tower is like taking an auto attack. what is this? Literally like 1 auto attack. So I think staying top would have been a little better. Damn, that's a second scythe that doesn't have a charge. Oh, Undying, what are you doing over there?
Whoa, who's that? Thank you. What?
Yo, Fire HH, what up?
Excellent idea.
I saw him charging. I thought he had a blink. Because not having the blink made him waste like half the epicenter. Which is kind of why that didn't work, because Jakiro's tanky. But I think what he tried to do is good. Save this macro pyre for a little longer. So if you want to start with the lift, that's fine. Run in, lift, throw him back, get closer, and that way you can macro pyre more down this line. You see how he's like already out of macro pyre here, right? So then that's it. But if you waited a little longer and you threw it this way, then he'd be running through macro pyre a lot longer. Or he's gonna go left or right, which is gonna give you more time to chase him. Oh, he didn't have mana for stun? Is that what happened? Rip. Well, it happens. Now, currently, Jakiro is holding you guys off from this tower on his own, which is not what you want. This is why, like, at this point, you should just, like, stay top with Sand King and be, like, taking this tower. I've seen you, like, walk top to mid quite a few times now. You're not pushing into Sniper. It is simply not happening until you have a Blink Dagger on Sand King and you can Blink kill Sand King, or Blink kill Sniper. Or you can wrap around, which the easiest way to do that would be to take top tower. Bottom lane, maybe, but I don't think you guys really have the lockdown to kill an anti-mage. Like, it's you, period. Now, with the Scythe, it's technically possible, but again, not really worth the risk of coming down here and then he blinks away. We always do this shit. We always say you guys shouldn't do stuff, and then you get it. I do like how much you stacked. I think that's useful for your team. I guess late game, maybe we do PL them. But not right now. I just think you guys are stronger in the top lane, and we just haven't really been there. We've just been, like, moving back and forth. Especially you like, keep moving back and forth. So I would try to... getting the perfect area is not that important, but, like, if we want to make space for PL, we should, like, commit to one area. If you think it's mid, that's fine. If you think it's top, that's fine. If you think you should hold bottom for your team while they leave and jungle, and you waste the enemy's time, that's fine. But the more you move back and forth, the less you're getting out of, like, the lane. But also, the less likely your team can actually make a play unless they're also moving back and forth with you. We have lost 2 towers, and we have what? Less than half, a little more than half, untouched. He wasn't feeling confident in lane, you didn't want to solo it. Yeah, I mean, like, the solo is no good, but, like, that's why, like, the Necro rotating in is, like, really big, right? Like, that's what gives you the strength to, like, push up to the tower and do things. And then maybe you have to back away after Necro. But now Chaos Knight's scared, right? Because now he's got in his mind, like, last time I came here, I got killed. So now maybe he pushes you up to here and he's like, okay, I'm actually going to leave. I'm kind of scared. And what's he going to do? He's going to, like, move to the jungle and, like, fall back. That's where, like, if you set up a deep ward, you can maybe see that he's, like, falling back. It's like, oh, quick, shove this lane in. He's not here. And instead of, like, farming freely in a pattern, he has to, like, stop halfway because, like, oh, shit, it's under my tower. I got to, like, go back. Or if you don't see him, then that's what tells you to play safe. But by, like, constantly pushing it in or holding it here, whatever, like, you help. Like, leaving him alone is scary. That's kind of why it needs to be the two of you until it doesn't need to be the two of you, and then you can split again. Yeah, I don't think that type of coaching, or like the let them process it, that does come up in coaching. I don't know if I do it every single time, but it does come up. But I think it's harder to do in like videos and Twitch because it's like you're kind of awkwardly sitting waiting for like text responses, and some people just have it as like background noise, right? So I think in the coaching, it's like a very focused learning process. That kind of stuff's fine. I think this just like it comes up every now and then, but it does tend to just be like me saying what I think is correct. But I think that like makes sense for what the format is. We are dead. I think this is a game you probably need to blink first. I know Bloodstone's kind of the build, but I just think it's like you guys really struggle to do anything until the blink comes up and you have a way to jump silencer and sniper. You guys can't fight. Did he finally get one? Oh, he's at 2. Nice. That's also why I was thinking about a blink for you. Because a lot of these fights, now that like people are moving around, now it comes down to jumping sniper and silencer. Prior to that, you guys had a little more room to just like A-click down a lane. No, I'm not going to TI this year unless they suddenly hire me, but I think that window's probably passed. I'm just going to be at home and we'll maybe watch some of it on stream. I need to double check what the time zone is. Copenhagen. It's probably early morning my time is when TI games would start. But it's only 3 days of the actual playoffs. The rest are all online, right? Well, I guess the rest is still being cast, so we want to watch that. It would be still waking up early. Maybe we would just watch, like, the second half of the games, which is probably just, like, morning for me. Maybe we'll do more morning streams that time. Okay, I'm just going to speed up, because at this point, there's, like, nothing to do until there's, like, a blink. You're just, like, dragging things out. Either, like, you sit at wherever the tower is and Fade Bolt dual breath, but it's super risky for you, because there's, like, several blinks. Or you guys just split push. Because all you're doing now, like, you can't fight until you have a way to jump. And I think you still don't. Oh, it's done, actually. We were going faster than I thought. Okay, maybe we can do something. Let's see, you guys smoke. Play the game. It's 24 minutes in. Let's go. They're split up. We can fight. Oh, Peel died. Maybe we can't fight. I don't think you actually need to lift that silencer there, but it's kind of fine. Nice lift. Keep going, guys. I can blink body block. No one came. I don't know if you said that, but if you want to chase, you should say that. Because a lot of times, like, they don't know what you stole, even as you use spells in front of them. Right? There's just a lot going on in Dota. So if you steal something that allows you to do something, you have to tell your team. I have Ravage. We can group and go. You know, things like that. I have Blink. I can catch this guy. Keep chasing. Ooh, we can be the double Blink. Let's go. Blink, blink. That's the kind of thing you should cut out of your... this is like a, I can do it, so I did it. But what was the risk reward? Risk? High. Get killed. Where's the enemy team? Don't know. They could have killed me. Reward? Frickin' threw sniper 3 feet to the left. Get owned, nerd. Right? It's pretty risky. That's the kind of stuff where you just feed for no reason. You're like, why did I do that? No fear, I'm doing well. How about you? Red Oak, thank you for dropping by. See you next time. Have a good rest of your day. DGen hours gaming. Yeah, that's where it gets tiring. Yeah, that's when you can play, I get it. But if you care a lot about MMR, I definitely recommend more normal hours. And especially when you're feeling good. 5 a.m. Night owls, you can't tell me. You're like, yeah, that's when I'm at my best to play Dota. I get it. I'm a night person too, but I think the kind of person playing well at 5 a.m. is like the morning person who's like, yeah, I get up at 4, I do my calisthenics. I like to sip some tea as I watch the sunrise. That's the guy who's playing well at 5 a.m. He doesn't even play ranked at 5 a.m. because, like, yeah, it's usually the night owls who are there and the DGen hours. I don't play at 5 a.m., but I could play a hell of a Dota game at 5 a.m. I'm not going to get the the ideal teammates. But if you don't care, then it's like, it's fine. Do whatever. Oh, your sentry doesn't get this one? It must be, like, right at the edge. Alright, you guys smoked, but I actually don't see much on the map. Let me go back. I was rambling about 5 a.m. The casting has started to make me become a morning person. I keep having to wake up, like, at varying early morning hours. Actually, you guys kind of saw stuff. You saw Jakiro bottom and, like, CK mid. You could have, like, maybe rushed out with this smoke. But you guys are currently smoked out and sitting in areas... If we... okay. If we think about where they probably have been playing and where they have wards, it's in the area you guys are at. So smoking without vision is one thing. Sitting in an area where they are likely to have vision is asking for it to backfire. Especially if you don't also have vision down. Because they maybe don't know your smoke. They're coming in here. Smoke pops and they're like, oh shit, the whole team's here. And you're still just like blind in the dark. And they're the ones who already have vision set up in this area. So if you are going to blindly go, you just got to like do it fast. But of course, ideally choose somewhere good. Or choose somewhere you don't think they're going to have vision. Like, oh, I think someone could be jungling back here. Let's just go and check. You don't have vision there. But what are the odds they have a bunch of vision set up here when they've been beating you and they've been playing up here the whole time, right? So you're like giving yourself a better chance for it, even though it's still a blind smoke. But also, I don't think anyone's done Roshan. Yeah. So that's also a good target to go to. Like, just go to Roche. No fear. I believe we will do at least one more review. Oh, shit. Don't kill me, anti-mage. Alright, good kill, good kill. So, let's go do shit. Sand King TP'd here. Kind of okay. You guys even have a ward to give him some safety. Reconnect. Twin gates, right? So your team should, like, push out. Mid, how's mid doing? It's about even. I think your side's actually pushing a little bit, but this is even enough that this will probably sit for quite a while until someone does anything. I see a couple heroes down here. Roche is down here. So really your team should just, like, push in here. I don't think, I personally don't think Sand King should even come here, but if he thought, like, the real CK was there, then I kind of get it, but should probably just use that kill to take Roche, and if you sacrifice the tier 2, then so be it. Let's see what you guys end up doing. Oh, you're just gonna blink in here. Kind of scary.
Silencer showing mid, actually, so maybe it's fine. Illusion Wars! We are not doing Roche. We've lost the Undying 5-on-4. So this is a missed Roche opportunity. As long as you call it for your team, that's fine. You can't control them. But you should. At the least, call it, ping it, whatever. That is 5,000% of Roche time. And then instead of you going into a tower where Sniper's set up, Sniper is coming into an area where you are set up. And maybe that lets you kill Sniper. And Sand King could have pushed out top and gone between gate to get you guys. If he was playing Monkey King, yeah, I mean, that would have been okay in that case. Well, no, it wasn't him that died. It was the Undying that died. Oh, if you meant Undying, then yeah. Then that would have been okay. We have an Aeon disc queued up. Oh, you did mention your late game itemization. Let me start. Actually, no fear. If you're going to redeem it, pop it. Although we've had a couple of redemptions today. I actually don't know. We might be at the limit. But if you want to do it, pop it, and we'll do yours. And we'll end with, like, discussing itemization. Okay, you did it. Okay. Let's see. Aeon disc. The thing is, like, you bought Blink, so you should be pretty far back in the fight until you want to go forward. This is a lineup that, like, the... So this is another one of those things that this is how I feel. I don't know if this is, like, 100% true, so I'm just going to share my thoughts on it, and you're free to agree or disagree. I think playing Rubik in this particular game with, like, a super mobile anti-mage, Chaos Knight's fast, global, snipers, long range, if they are killing you, you are dead. Like, Aeon can proc, but unless you have a way to get out, you will die after the Aeon. So the question is, like, well, what do you get done in that time that the Aeon buys you? Rubik's not really a hero that has that critical moment of, like, I have to cast Fatal Bond's ult before I go. So it's more on Rubik to choose the right time to go in. Unless you've stolen a spell that lets you do that. Like, you steal global. So I think you are only blinking in if you think it is safe to do so, or you are blinking in to get someone killed and you are willing to die for it. And in both those cases, the Aeon disc is nice, but is not critical. And otherwise, you stay way in the back. And sure, anti-mage could get to you, but, like, your team should be with you to help you, and you shouldn't need to depend on the Aeon disc if anti-mage is blinking in on his own onto you guys. Otherwise, Sand King is, like, starting a fight with a blink stun, at which point, like, you guys are all going in. So again, you're not really going to be in the back line. You're, like, coming in with the Sand King. Or anti-mage jumps you and burns all your mana while Aeon disc is going, and then you can't get away anyways and you die. So I'm not a huge fan of Aeon disc. I don't think it's the same as, like, say, Phantom Assassin, who has a much easier time just, like, blink deleting. Anti-mage you should be able to react to before you get killed right away. At least until he has, like, an Abyssal, which I suppose he did end up building an Abyssal super quickly. So... yeah, I don't know. Maybe that was right. I'm trying to think what I would want instead, though. I would probably go for an aura that's lacking on my team if they weren't covered. So it looks like you do have Greaves and Crimson, so I think you're covered in that sense. I think Chikiro warrants an Aether Lens or an Aghanims.
Because I actually think there's several really good spells to steal. All of Jakiro's shit, the Blink from Anti-Mage, Chaos Knight Stun, Global, even Shrapnel's not bad. Although, looks like he took the shit facet, so maybe it is kind of bad. I might do that, or I might get a Dispel to make sure I can steal Jakiro stuff. So like a Lotus, because Yule's takes time. Well, I guess Lotus also, you use it and then you get the second one, but I don't know. I guess because of that, because of the reverberating silence, maybe I depend on Yule's and I go Ags. I just think like you should prioritize stealing Ice Path and then using Ice Path. Like whatever you think will help you do that. If you think Aeon Disc is that item, then I mean that's fine too. Does Radiant want to take quick fights or long fights? I don't think it strictly matters. I think what's important is finding the sniper. So if it's a long fight where Sniper spends the fight running around, then that's fine. If it's a quick fight where you kill Sniper instantly, then that's fine too. But Sniper can't be allowed to like sit and fight. That's like the more important thing, I think. But these fights will probably be pretty quick. Between an Anti-Mage jumping the back lines, Chaos Knight being in the game, Sniper, like whoever's targeted will die pretty quickly. Sand King initiating with Epi, stun someone into like the Scythe. Like I think it'll be decided pretty quick. So it's more about like the right positioning and finding the right fights. No problem, Nefzu. Happy to help out. Let me see. No fear, get that match ID. I'm gonna run ads. Let me go check in. I think my girlfriend might be working late, in which case maybe we'll stream a little later. I'll grab a small snack so we have the energy to keep doing stuff. But I mean, if she's working, then like usually a lot of the reasons I end the stream around this time is so we can actually do stuff with the workday being in. But I think she has to do stuff today. Give me a second. Oh, what did I just bump into? It's fine. I hit my case for my ukulele. I got a banana.
We can probably do like one more after No Fears. Though I'm not gonna lie, we're starting to get tired, and we'll probably enter that low focus mode. We ramble a little bit. We start talking about RimWorld and RuneScape. Talking about some kind of food science thing. I don't know. Okay, so the enemy threw. So the early game looks is what we want to focus on. You are Abaddon. Oh no, how am I going to type in the new details? Well, I have a banana in my hand. Always happens during yours. No, no, no. We're still focused for yours. No fear. We're focused. We have banana energy. The lack of focus will be next. I'm giving you guys the warning. If you win the next one, you're getting the low focus one. Are you position 5 here? Buggy the clown. Position 5? Okay. Let me try to type this in with my one free hand. I got a lot of experience typing with one hand. That's okay. What did I just say? Archon? Archon. Okay. Ever deal with fresh produce in my old job? Not usually fresh. It was usually like more processed kind of thing, because the stuff I made was not like fresh kind of stuff. It's more like grains and like dried fruit to go in that thing. All right, you guys are 5 as a party, which means you're gonna play against 5 as a party, probably, or other parties. So you should really take some kind of group play versus like split multiple sides. I was like, this party didn't do it either, but like that like kind of shows, right? If you guys were 5 down here, you would have been 5 on 3. If you guys did 5 up here, 5 on 2. If they did 5 on 2, 5 on 3. So like it's kind of the best way to take bounty runes most of the time. It doesn't happen in pubs because pubs, but if you're playing party games, you should try to make it happen. One of my very first, I started my job while COVID was still kind of like on the tail end. So first of all, I wasn't even on a team yet because they were changing things around as I joined. And then COVID was happening. So I really didn't do much to start. I'm sorry, no fear. We are going to focus. I'm going to tell this story. I got to get out of the head so I can focus. And I'll finish my banana at the same time, so it's not both. No. We haven't derailed yet. So one of my very first, like, jobs, things to do during my job, I counted blueberries. I was, like, weighing out blueberries and counting things out. Dried blueberries. Okay, I'm focused. That's all I just wanted to share with you guys. I counted blueberries. That's it. Wait, how did our lane shove, like, very first wave? What just happened? We were late to lane because of this fight, maybe? She creep aggroed. Okay. Buggy D Clown, tell your friend. Frost arrows, manually cast it. Will not draw creep aggro. This should not happen. Alright, you're going to come in. Should charge at that range creep. And then run at them with the shield up. Fighting with the shield. Which facet do you have, actually? Damage barrier increased, but no longer burst. 75% is dealt to nearby enemies. I think the other facet's a little more popular. It's been a while since I checked. Abaddon's doing okay for himself in pubs, but he's not really being touched in the pro scene.
Okay, actually, it looks like somewhat even split, but more people are picking Mephitic Shroud, which is this one, and it has about a 50% win rate. Less people, about 40% of people, are taking the Quickening, and that one's at a 54% win rate. So maybe there's a case for both. I would say when I look at your draft, or when I specifically at Drow, Drow never wants to be like man fighting one-on-one or more on one. Like, let's see who wins. She wants to fight for free because that's the way her ult works. So I think the Quickening might be better to have more spell casts to remove like stuns and silences and slows from her so she can like try to position well, as opposed to this one, which I think is a little better when you actually just like stand and fight people. Now, with that in mind, it will keep her alive and like other heroes a little longer, but I still don't think like that's the type of fight she wins. It's like when she kites really well, which I think is what the Quickening will be better for, because you can shield more. But I don't play a bunch of Abaddon. It seems like both have their place, so those are just my thoughts. This is a lane where I think you could get Curse of Avernus at level 2, if not level 1. But I mean, you have Shield, that's fine. Because I kind of think like Curse of Avernus plus Drow Slow sounds pretty good. And she shouldn't be taking that much damage. I mean, clearly getting hit by AA, and you should be in here. Like you need to be. You got to start bopping people a little bit. But just the Tango should deal with the AA, as opposed to you needing to start with Mistcoil. Juked us. Same with the Mango. Instead of the Mango, I think get a Blood Grenade. Maybe you had one earlier and I got used already and I forgot. You see how she's kind of like being hit a lot for free. You kind of want to be on the front. You want it to be hitting you, waste their time on you, while Drow manages, creeps, and hits back. So like shield yourself and just like stick yourself in there. If you've zone AA, that's also sort of okay, since Drow vs Slardar is typically a fine matchup, because she can just keep slowing him. This lane got a little messy after the lane got shoved right away. Ah, darn. Almost. So you got a Bracer first. So rather than a Mango, I think a lot of people just get... The last time I checked, and you know what? I'll just take a quick look at Dota 2 Pro Tracker. I thought a lot of people were getting like the Arcane boots to go with the Quickening, because like more spells, more mana, and that way you have like the Bassi somewhat early, just like use, or you get like move speed early to like hit people with Curse of Avernus. Rather than the Bracer, which once you have 6, right, in theory in a team fight, that's what keeps you alive more than just having like a bunch of stats from a Bracer. I don't think Bracer's too common to see on Abaddon. I think you usually just get like whatever your upgraded boots are. Like Tranquils or Arcanes, and then like whatever your other stuff is going to be. The build you have is one you will see. I think it's the much more defensive build. Like we just have to get through this, but I think you can play aggressive here. I think you need to take point a little bit more and let Drow do the damage. And then once you do start fighting, like with your 1 point in Curse of Avernus at level 2, you just like run down the Slardar. And if he turns to fight you because you're the one on top of him, you don't care. You're like, yeah, let's both die. That's fine. I'm a 5. You're a 3. That's a win. So this build is like You have a melee carry and a weak one at that. I don't know. I'm blanking on like who that would be right now. But you just have some like weak matchup and they can harass a bunch for free. And you're just constantly like shielding and healing your carry. That's kind of what this 2-1 build is. I think you're trying to be careful with your mana there, which I get. Let me do some math real quick just to check. Well, since we put 3 points into this, I was trying to think through is like, is it better to heal twice with Miscoil versus use the barrier on someone? Which technically, it looks like it's about, like the Miscoil would heal more for the mana. But this also then reflects back some damage. Whack, whack. She invis again? Swish? Oh no, that was smoked earlier. Level 6 just in time. If it's looking close, you can barrier, and I'm pretty sure this will take the damage from Death Prime. You could probably have stayed out. Like, between using the barrier on yourself to absorb some of the damage, and then you have 4 tangos. You could just stay on the map, probably stack at like 12 minutes, or just like help look for runes, and just let passive regen plus the tangos get you back up. And that way, if you've done that and you say you stack to camp, you know, that's just introduce gold for your team. You got the rune, that could be a kill or deny it from the enemy, so at least you're not going to get killed. Also makes use of the tangos, which we're closing down on that window of where we're probably just going to sell them at this point. So if you can like actually use them, then that's fine. That's good. Oh, I guess he didn't have a teleport for that. Currently, you guys are moving around a lot together. You want Trow to just be on her own, and then the 4 of you do things. Part of this awkwardness that you don't actually have a playmaker right now till he has his blink, because you have an Enchantress mid. So the way you want to approach it is just like you just walk at buildings together, and that's your initiation, is that they have to come to you to stop it, rather than you jumping people. So you just want Drow to be left alone, ward for her, like ward bottom or something, wherever she's going to be. And you guys all play together and you just like walk at stuff. You're the save hero who was on his own at the start of this, right? Like it was the 3 cores and Grimstroke, and then like you're the guy who saves and heals, but you weren't in that fight because you were like dealing with a lane. So you should swap with one of the cores, in this case probably Drow, and just go from there. I think I hear someone knocking at my door, guys. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me go check.
muted. It was a young boy, young teenager asking if they could mow our yard as part of I guess like summer work. How aspiring. Probably looking to save up for PC so we can play Dota. But we already have that sorted out, so I don't need it. Yeah, I think especially both facets. Well, especially this one. This facet is around the shard or the shield, so should max it first. Q, I think, is like an older way to play. I think it still has its place, but maybe less of a place versus an AA who could totally prevent your healing, but he can't prevent barriers. So putting that on him, which actually, I kind of forgot about that element. That might also be a reason to take the quickening as a facet this game, because you could keep reapplying a barrier as opposed to like trying to heal when you can't. Though I suppose this facet also increases the barrier you apply, which, you know, still deals with AA ult in its own way. Yeah, Brune, say what's up. I think I messed up those words. I think it's good. We played Morphling support, now we're doing replays. We're approaching the rambling section, but we're trying to stay focused for no fear. Only gets to tune in every now and then. Ah! Oh, you still got it, nice. I also think 1 point in Curse of Avernus is super value. 1 point is fine, you don't need more. But now that you don't need 4 hits, and it's just like instantly applied, it's really good. I would say grab it sometime in the laning stage in most cases. Like, as long as you think it's a lane that can be somewhat played, I would take 1 point in it. Not an Abaddon specialist, but that's... We tried it like a couple times. I've seen it, you know, that's how I think it looks the best. If you're super defensive, then that's when I think QW prioritization, like, works. You see this guy running circles around you? That's why we need someone on our team to have, like, a blink. A blink and a stun. And that's what Dragonite's role is. Dragonite's role is to get shielded, get Inkswelled, and then blink stun and make space. And prior to that, it's you for just like running into buildings so that they have to come to you, which is kind of like blinking to them, except not. It's them coming to you. And that way you don't need the blink because you don't have it yet. Oh, now they're just starting to like run at you guys. This fight's weird though. You don't. It's like 3v whatever. Yeah, you guys should probably not have taken this fight. Just like chill. Wow. Melt Strike did like 2/3 of the Grimstroke health. Woo! Long range impetus. Ooh. MK would... Well, actually, I don't know if MK would have caught that puck because Boundless... I don't know if it's long enough. Puck might still get away. But Monkey sure would be following that puck while the rest of the team is, like, slowly on their way. Till Puck uses one orb and then cancels Simian Stride. And you're like, ah, okay. Fair play. You can go. Yeah, I think that probably... I might cover it for the early game. Like, what was your... Did you have another question around this? Oh wait, why am I looking there? It's over here. I feel like we covered the getting destroyed early on a bit. We talked about some of your skill builds and then like the way your team is playing and itemizing.
which is kind of why the game is like where it's at. Go, Enchantress, go! How good is Glimmer here? It's okay. I would get armor first, but a pipe is also good, if not both. The thing with Glimmer, so the Glimmer magic barrier is really good versus AA ult, since you can't heal. Boosting magic resistance, also good. Because Abaddon actually already applies a barrier, boosting resistances is particularly good because the barriers apply the resistances. So Pipe would be better because of that, whereas Glimmer only gives the barrier and doesn't give magic resistance anymore to the target. You get it, but not your target. So thinking about saving people, the Pipe is actually better than the Glimmer, which, I mean, maybe sounds obvious because it's like, yeah, Pipe's a more expensive item, and that's like true. Another element to it though is like on your team, you rarely want to buy Pipe and Glimmer on the same hero, and then I look at your team, like who's gonna build the Pipe? No one. So on a support, you have to choose between Glimmer or Pipe, and how likely you can afford it to actually get there. So in that sense, if you saw this and you're like, it's gonna take me forever to get Pipe, I think that's fair, and you get the Glimmer. Maybe the game's going better, and you guys are grouping in the way we talked about earlier, so that it's closer. You have more money. You could probably just go for Pipe next. However, I think this game armor is probably better, considering Slardar and TA. There's more negative armor synergy, and we'll trust the aphotic shield to be enough versus some of the magic, which comes in bursts, whereas this negative armor is very consistent. So I'd probably get armor first. I'd probably go like Solar Crest first, which would have matched with like just grouping as a team, and then maybe like a Pipe afterwards. Well, if that's what's happening, then I don't know if there's much to do about that. If someone just doesn't want to like cooperate in the game, then I mean, yeah, this game for like where it's at, I do think probably going straight for, like, if you're not doing Solar Crest or someone else got it, going straight for Pipe, I think would be good. Just because someone on the team needs to get auras. It's just good right now. All right, let's do one more raffle. Exclamation point replay if you want to join in. It's probably going to be less focused than the others, I'm not going to lie, but we'll try to provide at least some feedback and then ramble about what were you trying to get me on to talk about earlier? Bananas? Like, Enchantress mid does damage. That's what she does. There's no other, like, there's no crowd control. That's why, like, someone else has to do it. Which would be the DK in this place. Blink Orc is actually a pretty good build against the Puck this game.
See, this game goes long. Where do they throw? Right at the very end, after an hour. Well, I guess they had a little mini throw here as well. Top 4 net worths. Feels bad. No problem, happy to help. Holy Locket, not going to be as worth it versus an AA. I actually think if you want to do Holy Locket, then you probably do want the quickening, because then you can spam cast spells faster. Versus AA, I would lean away from the healing and get the barriers, resistances, stuff like that, which would be like the pipe and all that. If you ended up getting Greaves just because like other stuff was covered, I wouldn't hate it, because you can just pop it before AA ult or after, because it's such a good armor game. So I you know, it's like it's a good one for that. I'd be kind of okay with it, but I'd probably do like the other things first, like Solar Crest pipe, and then it's like, oh, maybe the Greaves now. Solar Crest game because of TA Slardar. Yeah, and also just like it gives movement speed and attack speed along with the barrier, which is really good for, you know, core enchanters, is a little weird, but especially for Drow as a carry. Enabling Drow is all about just keeping her safe and away from enemies, and that can be done by like Force Staff, Drums movement speed, Solar Crest movement speed. So if she's safe, then you're just giving her attack speed. If she's not safe, you're giving her movement speed to try to like reposition in the fight to get back to a safe spot. Very difficult to get all 3 cores in alt. That's fair, but you probably only care about Drow. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how an Enchantress mid scales, so that part I'll leave up to you to see how it feels, but typically on Abaddon, you can't save everyone, like you said, and it's important to like pick and choose the most important person, which this game I would say is Drow. I mean, it's typically your carry, and they should have that same feeling. It's like, hey, you could ult a lot of people, but make sure you get, like, if we kill Drow, they can't do it. Maybe they won't, and maybe they have a different take. Depends on the game, the matchup, right? That's fine, but if you care about one person in particular, they probably also care about one person in particular, which is when, like, you could save other people, but they're killing the one person who matters the most, then that's still, like, that's a win. Okay. Said 11994. Make sure I could read correctly. Coils flying all over the place. That's so funny. When the patch came out and I saw the Ags got nerfed, I was like, man, I can't even imagine the last time I saw this. But I guess you guys have been doing it in pubs, and I know it. Like, I know it's good once it came out. I didn't think it like warranted a nerf, but maybe it was like terrorizing pub games beyond what I saw, since no one picks it in my bracket. Does it have to be a support replay? No, it can be any role. I'm best at support, but we'll try to help with whatever. Depending on your rank, it may be more or less useful to you, though. Did you have fun playing Flow Morphling? Tons of fun. Very fun hero. The early game's kind of slow. That's the part that's kind of funny, because a lot of supporting is like the first 10 minutes.
but Morphling feels different. It's like get by the 10 minutes and then like crazy spell casting, which is not my forte or mindset typically. So it's been an adjustment. I think we're getting there more and more. And especially as we practice it, we're getting more comfortable with spell casting. But it's fun. It's like very different. I mean, one, playing a hero I almost never played, but two, like I said, a very different mindset, I feel. And that's fun after playing like 10,000 hours of support plus, right? Haven't been supporting like 60 games. Ah, that's fine. I mean, if you like playing core, I will try to help provide some feedback. Yes, I hope you can sleep again. Thank you, thank you. Have a good night. Nah, don't worry. If you would rather do a core, you know, we can try. We can try it out. Yeah, I think that's the thing, is like the enemy needs to fight you as the Morphling, and then you back off and heal all of it up. But if they just ignore you, it's kind of awkward. In particular, I felt the most countered against that Treant, because I think you want to be like annoying and then do pulls. So when Treant was super good about body blocking the camp, and I couldn't actually stop it, right? Like I didn't have anything to do about that. I would just try to hit him, but he would be healthy enough to just leave, and then I just could never pull. Maybe I needed to creep drag in that game. It's something that I don't do too often because like it tends to not be super needed in a lot of Immortal games, but you know, maybe that was one, like once I saw it happening. Plus the tiny into Darkseer, which I didn't think would be that bad, but it ended up being that bad. Maybe I just like misread that matchup. But yeah, once they had like a strong lane against me, I felt pretty bad. Like, I don't know what to do. I don't gank. I don't trade well. If they don't want to fight me, like I don't trade well, you know? I tried to stack a lot that game and then they got stolen, so. Yeah, I think it's fun. I think it's fun. Yeah, I think a strong laner is best, or just someone who can be alone a lot while you go stack and you all recover later. But I think if they're strong in the lane, that's ideal because you kind of like set it up by like distracting a little bit, and then they get like the 1v1, or at some point you do enough damage and guys can fight. I don't think you can cover a weak lane, but you can like help a strong lane. There's some other heroes like that. Actually, a lot of position fours are like that, who don't really have the best lane, but if you have a strong enough lane partner, it works. Like Nyx, right? If Nyx needs to cover a bad lane, it sucks. But if it's already a strong lane, then you're just like stun, bop, good to go. Okay, Dazzle, Archon, hard support, perfect. I didn't even need to change anything. Oh wait, 4 support. I did need to change something. Let's change it. Oh wait, sorry. This game's too old. It needs to be within the last week. Sorry. So if you have a recent game that's a core, it's totally fine. Let's do one of those. Yeah, you can't download past that. Yeah, the team fights are a lot of fun. It's where I'm struggling a bit on Morphling just because I'm not used to it. I'm not used to like the morph time and then the casting, which the original morph, like when you first cast it, takes more time than I realized. The swapping after that is pretty fast, but the original is more than I realized. It throws me off. I really liked having cast range. I didn't do it in every build we tried, but when I had the Aether and like some of the neutral items, that felt the best. It was easier to copy people, easier to throw out our physical stun, and then also just throw out, I don't know, I said physical stun, the strength adaptive strike that stuns. And then whatever we've stolen from the morph. It feels the easiest that way. Yeah, I might put more emphasis on it in the future. But maybe I'm just not pushing myself enough either. I'm like new to it, so I don't know my limits. But especially with Greaves, maybe I'm just supposed to be like waveforming in, live for 6 seconds, waveform out, you know, and then you don't need the cast range because you're jumping in a lot. I feel like that's what I'm not doing in team fights right now, is making use of the waveform every 6 seconds. I'm throwing out spells, like getting better about that. But, you know, maybe that's the difference. And if I did it, maybe then I wouldn't need the cast range because I'd be in the fight. I'll have to try it. I'll try both. If it's not like nerfed by the time we get there. Okay, Axe game, off lane. Sounds good. Let me just double check the Axe build because I know it got shifted around a little bit. Who are you laning into? Maybe this Clinks plus a support, and you have what? Disruptor? Okay, so now this is Archon off lane. Nah, you're good. Don't worry about it. Take a look at Axe here. I think this is a magic stick lane versus Clinks. And then it could be Silencer, in which case the stick, you know, is not as good versus him. Versus Lich, I think it's pretty good. But I'm pretty confident it's Clink's carry, which I think warrants the stick alone. I might do that. Maybe replace this circlet with the stick. Otherwise, like, brace yourself phase. That seems fine to start. Yeah, Clinks is here. And the Lich. You know, if you're not sure, I'm kind of okay, like, not getting it right away. Although we might miss a couple charges at the Bounty Rune fights. But, like, once you see that it is Lich instead of Silencer and it's Clinks, I think it's worth buying it. I think you'd already have, like, 3 or 4 charges. This skeleton's worth 20 gold. Looks like he actually started Death Pact, which is kind of weird. Okay, I'm gonna slow down a little bit so we can focus more on the last hits. Even though this is our, like, rambling phase, but whatever. I think you don't want to run away too soon there, because the range creep was still alive. It's still alive, actually. You guys have been fighting so much. It lived. Okay, this is good. You don't have to do anything too crazy, just pushing into you. We do keep losing the range creep, which is a little sad. It also looks like you have Bane instead of Disruptor. I just kind of like process that. Probably not worth using Battle Hunger on Clinks since he took Death Pact so soon. He can pretty much instantly remove it every time. So from here on out, just like dropping it on the Lich constantly is fine. Looks like you're trying to greed your way to the Ring of Health. We've probably missed out on like, I don't know, 300 health plus from not having the magic stick. I would do the same thing, lol. Like, oh shit, yeah, it's I do it all the time. I like send my courier to the secret shop, and then I try to buy it. I'm like, ah, shit, it's in the base now. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. I mean, you know it's not there anymore, but it happens.
One more. Nice. Yeah, that's fine. No need to chase more. I don't think you need to call there. Also, it seems you stuck around a little bit too long. If you want the creeps to focus you, just draw aggro on someone, right? Like A-click the clinks, A-click, like you see Dawn showing top, just A-click her portrait, it will draw aggro. You no longer have to like click over here, attack her, move back, but that way, it's like a free call. You don't get the armor, but you don't have to spend the mana. But also, if you're low, you know, be very careful of doing that kind of thing, which is kind of what got you there. See, 7 minutes, so you're going to have to be careful here. So your support can go for the bounty rune. Looks like you're going to try to creep cut. It's a little risky when you don't have only level 2 spin and, like, you don't have boots. Boots or Vanguard or something like that. A lot of people aren't finishing Vanguard nowadays. They'll just go straight phase, which looks like you might be pivoting to. A lot of people just go like phase blade mail now. I actually, now that I'm thinking about it though, I don't know how good that is versus Clinks. Might still kind of be okay. Sometimes you can rush Blink, but I don't know if this is one of those games. Because Clinks does damage in a different, slightly different way. And also your supports don't do that much damage. I guess with Tiny Crash Landing, maybe. Okay, he did get a Vanguard. Yeah, this is an older Axe build. Classic get ganked, all chat, 2 mid. Yeah, I think Crimson on Axe is pretty solid, but even then, people tend to just get the Vanguard like after the laning stage, rather than now. Part of it is like the phase boot armor. You get strength based on armor. So the more armor you get, the more strength you get. And then that strength is also worth more because of the armor you get. So that's why a lot of people have been going like phase blade mail to start. And if you do get a Crimson later, you just build the Crimson later. Which I agree, it's going to be good versus Eidolons, and pretty sure it works on all the Clink skeletons. So I do think it'll be a good game. I just think we just change the order we get it. The build-up will be better for you. You might have to buy like a little bit more regen, but it'll help you do more. For example, like faster phase lets you like phase in and just run at someone to get the call off. There you're so close. You should just walk into that small camp. Some minor farming efficiency, but it kind of matters for Axe. It's kind of what he does. Okay, and then here. So I think this is fine, right? We killed the tower. We get this. And then you want to like keep an eye on the map. And then see how you're like falling back. But we just took the tower. We kind of like want to steal things from the enemy, you know? So I think like this one's relatively safe to farm even when things are a bit dicey, but like stealing this from the enemy, moving in, moving into their half, you know, like stealing stuff over here. Now we're like we're still farming, but we might be stealing it from them as they push up and they want to farm and they're like, oh shit, it's gone. It also puts you closer to the lane, so you don't have to like go back and forth. It's of course riskier though, so you should be careful. And that's why like watching the map to try to like understand where everyone is very important. But anytime you feel safe to do so, it's good to do. And if you don't feel safe to do so, might still be worth pushing the limits, because oftentimes we're way too safe. And, well, let me take that back. A lot of players do one or the other. You're way too safe or you're way too aggressive. And it's good to experiment with both to understand the limits. But, like, there's a case for both. Like, passive players need to learn to be aggressive to steal things from the enemy. Aggressive players need to learn when it's like, it's fine to just be okay and not throw away the lead. Got the phase boots now. Looks like we might be getting the wand, which, yeah, you'd want to get it earlier. I'd probably grab the armor, the chainmail as well first before this claymore. Is that what it's called? I don't even know. I never build those, guys. What the hell? I never remember the difference between the swords. Broadsword, claymore. Okay, okay. The broadsword. The broadsword. I believe I can build a broadsword in Terraria. Don't know if there's a claymore. If Tiny's farming this, so this is just something to like keep in mind for the future for all players, any role. So Tiny is someone who can clear the farm on his own. So what did we really do walking in here? Sometimes you're helping it. You're making it go faster, especially if you just got a kill, you're trying to push, then it's fine. You all run in. But when people are alive, all we're really doing here is showing ourselves. Like, even if Tiny didn't one-shot this wave because he's Tiny with 1,000,000 damage, like, it takes him a second or two longer to do. If he feels safe enough to walk up here, then he probably doesn't need us. He might be wrong. He shouldn't be up here. But if that's the case, you also shouldn't be up here. So, I mean, if he can handle this on his own, then all we're doing is showing where we are, and we are an initiating hero that they should be scared of. We don't have the blink yet, but, you know, still, it should be, like, kind of scary. Also, it's like, oh, can we fight mid? Ooh, what if Axe is there? What if it's, like, 5 heroes there? Oh, Tiny's bottom. It's only 4 there. Oh, Axe is bottom. It's only 3 here. We're all mid. We can fight, right? So we want to think about that information we give, and, you know, you also want to bait it in. Like, maybe they're thinking about jumping the Tiny. They see you. They're like, oh, shit, no, we can't do that. But because you're not actually need to do this, you're just like behind Tiny. They jump Tiny and you're like, oh, perfect. And you run in and call and they're like, oh shit, we didn't think Axe was here. So if you don't need to be here, it's good to not be here. Go run to a camp, farm it, stand in a tree, just hide. Just don't give that information for free to the enemy. See, now they're fighting mid. Maybe it's because they see you bottom. There's no way they can lose that mid fight, right? 5 versus 3. Your team also needs to think about it. Huh, we're showing 2 heroes hitting the bottom tower. Now it makes sense, right? Now as this happens, we gotta punish it. So yeah, we all rush in and we try to take the tower. That's fine. But prior to this, maybe the reason they took that mid fight was because you showed bottom. Now you guys are trying to fight while your team just died, so they're not here. That's pretty crazy. Would not recommend that fight. Saw them fighting mid. Great distraction for taking the tower. I'd say it's a little backwards, but yes, once they're fighting, you do need to get something out of that, so you want to take the tower. But you don't usually want to sacrifice people for it, unless you're behind. Then that's a little different. But if they're not, like, if you're behind, you do need to make sacrifices. You guys don't know exactly where you're at, but it's a pretty even game. You have a slight lead. So you're not really looking to sacrifice a carry to take a tower. So you wouldn't, like if you're choosing between it, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense. Really, in the end, the same thing might happen. Like, you might stay out of sight, and then they still jump mid. You know, that happens. In which case, you would immediately run out, like you did. So it's good that you identified that and did it, just to be clear. Just the next part of it is, like, we stay out of sight. And maybe they don't jump mid. Maybe they still do. But at least we're doing the right things. Which means, in a lot of games, there will be teams who recognize that and don't make a play because you're not showing. All right, at this point, you're just skipping wand. So just go straight for the blink. Good sidestep. Damn, that call almost grabbed Enigma. That would have been amazing. Amazingly lucky, but amazing. Never mind, still a really good fight for you guys. Once you're up, just go farm up the blink. Too bad we don't have very many stacks of our passive, but... Oh no, he's got haste. He's too fast. None of those side-bladed over to the silencer? It's crazy. Okay, rush down. I do notice you TP out after respawning all the time. You're playing core, so it's not as bad. It's not a big deal as much. But if you ever can walk out because it's not like critically urgent, it does mean it keeps your teleport around to respond to things. For example, top, tiny. Tangoing with that. Dawnbreaker. Or maybe we TP bottom. No, we didn't get to ult him. No, we didn't get to ult this guy either. What did he take? He took the irrepressible. Lol. He didn't even go Mask of Madness. What is the point? Well, because of that, he doesn't have reverberating silence, so you can get the BKB and be like fine. So I am glad to see you have it queued up. In the end, your items are all correct. I just think the order can be swapped. And then, of course, the stick. Otherwise, you got all the right stuff in general. I guess you could argue against Enigma. Do you still want BKB? Which is kind of true. I still think it's okay, though, because there's like other things you need to be able to ignore. People like facets or no? I personally like them. I think they need a lot more work to really balance them out and to really shine. But I like the idea. I don't know about everyone else. Chat? Thoughts? Okay, I think we can wind down. I encourage people to fight even more. You're not a fan of them. You're not a fan of them. What was the question? Whether you liked facets or not. The reason I like them is because it introduces new ways to balance a hero and to help. It's like a take, instead of like having some games, it's like you pick the hero and then you pick like your role. And by picking the role, you get like an item or a benefit, like, oh, when you hit last hits, you get more gold than if you didn't take this role. Oh, because you picked support, you get gold when you hit the enemies, right? That's like one way to do it. I feel like facets are a way to do that in its own take of like, oh, you're styled towards mostly axe, but more core axe. You're mostly axe, but support axe. I think is conceptually the idea, I think, of like why I like facets. And it introduces new ways to balance a hero
especially heroes who play core and support, which often it ends up being like broken. Like it's so broken that both are good, but one is like way better. And it's really hard to balance a hero without immediately killing the other. Enigma's a pretty good target for you to jump. Dawnbreaker as well. But I'd say if you take Enigma out of the fight, you feel a lot better. You can react to Dawnbreaker ulting in. It's very hard to react to Black Hole. So if I had a choice between which, I would go Enigma, I think. Now, if you're choosing a gank target on the map, I would probably go for Dawnbreaker so that the team can't like fully be there. But once you're in that situation of a team fight and like everyone's involved and we're picking our target, I'd probably go for Enigma. Oh, sorry. I didn't know you, I didn't realize. Wait, did he have like illusions or something? Or maybe you only saw like the Manta, or not the Manta, the Eidolons. All right, I thought you had vision there. Should I just stay back until I see Enigma? I'd be careful about blinking in like this, by the way. This creep wave is not really worth you dying, you know? And it's pretty dangerous when everyone's missing. For these team fights, your call. It pierces BKB and you have the blink, so technically it's good for you to wait. But of course it's hard to call someone like if he's using Black Hole unless the positioning works out really well. This guy has an Aether Lens, so we can kind of leave it to the Bane if you see a different target. If you see a really good call of like a bunch of heroes together, I think it's fine to jump that because you have Bane to hopefully get the Black Hole. But if you're choosing between like, oh, I could get this two or this two, and Enigma is like in that pairing, probably grab him. And in terms of like, if you don't see any of that and you see like one hero, I would wait because your call is better the more people show up, and Tiny could go in first for you guys and throw someone back. And as the enemy rushes up, you could then react to that. Or maybe you disrupt someone back, you glimpse them back, and then they react, and then you can blink call. So because of your draft, I might try to wait a little longer, but of course it would, like, initiations for team fights are tricky. It could always depend on what you see. Necrotear, yes. Exclamation point replay is the way to oh, yeah. I was just about to repeat everything Jay Chuck said. Yeah, but usually we do it on Wednesdays. So if you're here on another Wednesday stream and we're in the replay section, feel free to join in using that command, and then we just raffle it away. Okay. I think it's time to stop. I gotta go eat and then maybe prep a little bit for tomorrow. We will be doing some casting here, guys, so if you'd like to come tune in, it'll be here. I will post it in the Discord as well if you guys are following it and you've liked the message to get the notifications for Twitch. Yeah, you can get the notification then if you don't get it directly from Twitch, or just tune in when you want to watch the Pro Dota. Yeah, no problem. Thank you. I'm glad you like the YouTube videos. Are replay reviews ranked only or unranked games allowed? It's totally fine. Unranked is fine. It's a little different, right? But for example, if you prefer unranked, then, you know, I want to help you in how you find it useful. So it's fine to me. IDC. There's something to learn from all this stuff. Every game mode. Well, you know, like ability draft is probably not as useful in terms of reviewing, plus I'm not that experienced in it, but like
I don't care. Ranked, unranked. I think we've even done some turbos. I don't care. Terraria stream when? Maybe in the future. It's a pretty chill game. One that you guys could backseat maybe. But I think it's also fun. Neither of us... I played once before with a friend, but not too much. Like, I say not too much. We probably played like 10, 20 hours, but I don't remember because it was like 5 years ago. So my girlfriend and I are playing it, and a lot of it is like the discovery period of like, what is this? Jumping down like a pit, and like, I hope there's no monsters here. You know, talking to a guy, oh, this is a monster, you know? So that part's kind of fun, and I think we'll just keep doing that a little bit more. And once we learn a bit more about the game and we don't care so much about spoilers, maybe I would do like a Terraria stream and you guys can like backseat, give me advice, things like that. And that could be fun. But we still got to finish RimWorld and all that, you know? We do turbo. I don't mind. If you win the raffle chooses, right? If the raffle wants you to win and you're a turbo player, it has spoken. We follow the raffle. All right, I think Ricky is streaming right now. Let's go, maybe go right over there. You'll see him tomorrow. I don't know if you'll literally see him. We didn't talk about if we're doing cameras or not. Since we're covering the game, I don't know. We'll discuss it later and figure it out, I guess. Oh, Ricky's playing Elden Ring, not Dota. That could still be fun. You guys want to go see Elden Ring? Or should we find a Dota stream? I could send you to Alex if you guys want to watch Marvel Snap. Doing turbo because you want to try more but not grief too hard. Yeah, that's what turbo is really good for, right? Just trying different stuff and getting to play a hero. It's obviously quite different from regular Dota, especially the pacing of it. But just for like getting the gist of something and getting to try it, it's pretty good for that. Send you guys to Dubu. We went to Dubu yesterday. You want to go again? We usually mix it up from day to day. Hey, yeah, hey Cybernet. Yeah, we're about to end. We are just figuring out where to go. You know what? We should, even if you guys can go to Dubu right after, guys. Promise. But I'm gonna raid Ricky because we're gonna be casting tomorrow, and I don't exactly know how we're gonna do it yet, to be honest. And I don't know if we're covering every single thing together, or maybe like one of us will stream more than the other. But I'm gonna raid over there, so if you guys want to follow that channel as well, just in case, maybe we'll go off of his stream, maybe we'll have both. I don't know, but Ricky and I will be at least casting some of them together. So if you haven't been here before during one of these raids, I'll send you guys over so you'll have the channel if you want. But otherwise, thanks for hanging out, guys. You guys were super supportive today, actually. A ton of you guys were here, but then also you guys went crazy with like gifting subs and subscribing and stuff earlier. Thank you so much, everybody. And then yeah, tomorrow we'll be doing some casting. I don't know the exact times. Actually, I gotta go double check though. That's what I'm trying to figure out now. As we end the stream, I think it should be in the morning for me. So in about like 12, 15-ish hours, I think is when some of it starts. I gotta go double check all that. But it should be around that time. Okay, guys, I will see you later tomorrow. Bye.